speakers. Good evening, moderators, speakers, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 45th Annual Conference on Oceans Law and Policy, UNCLOS at 40. It is an honor for me to be your MC today. My name is Justin Tan, and I'll be accompanying you throughout the day. Ladies and gentlemen, we are adapting to a new normal characterized by restricted movement and limited physical and social interactions. Therefore, this conference is conducted in a virtual format. Our international speakers and audience are joining us today from all across the globe. We're now going to begin the fourth session of the conference, entitled Climate Change, Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction, and New Technologies. To our audience members today, if you have any questions for our speakers or even our moderator, please use the Q&A feature so that our panel can address them. The Maritime Institute of Malaysia is very honored to present our first moderator, Professor Ronan Long from the World Maritime University, Sasakawa Global Ocean Institute. Professor Ronan Long is the director of the WMU Sasakawa Global Ocean Institute in Malmö, Sweden, and hosts the Nippon Foundation Professorial Chair in Ocean Governance and the Law of the Sea. He leads a team of specialists that are undertaking a diverse range of projects on a myriad of issues in the maritime domain, including land to ocean leadership, climate change, BB&J, robotics and AI, as well as the empowerment of women for the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. Professor Long also has an impressive career as a scholar of oceans law and policy. His academic experience includes authoring or co-editing 15 books and over 100 scholarly articles on oceans law and policy. He has also been a visiting scholar at different universities and also teaches on the Law of the Sea program at Harvard Law School. Prior to his academic career, he was a permanent staff member at the European Commission and undertook over 40 missions on behalf of the European institutions. He has also served in the Irish Naval Service. Professor Ronan Long, the floor is now yours.
Thank you very much, Jeslan, for such an elaborate and very gracious introduction. Good morning to our participants here in Europe and Africa. A very good morning to those joining from the Americas and the Caribbean. Good afternoon and indeed good evening to our hosts in Malaysia, as well as those joining from Australia, New Zealand and further afield in the wider Pacific region. As the director of the Sasakawa Global Ocean Institute, it is indeed a great privilege and honor to deliver opening remarks for the second day of the 45th Annual Ocean Law and Policy Conference on the theme of UNCLOS at 40. We wish to thank our co-hosts, the Maritime Institute of Malaysia, the Stockton Centre of International Law under the leadership of my very good friend, Professor James Kraska at the United States Naval War College, our old friends KMI at the Centre of International Law in Singapore, as well as the Japan Institute of International Affairs. As many of you know, today is the 17th of March, which is a very special day for the Irish community across the world. So first and foremost, I wish all our participants today a very happy St. Patrick's Day. On this happy occasion, I wish to send very warm greetings to Professor John Norton Moore, Professor Myron Norquist and Miss Judy Ellis, that have delivered this conference for over 4 decades, including a very memorable event here at the World Maritime University on biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. As mentioned yesterday, Professor Moore and Professor Norquist are architects of the convention. Indeed, Professor Moore was head of the American delegation for a very important period of the third conference on the law of the sea then. Since then, he has lobbied extensively with Myron Norquist for the ratification of the convention by the United States. Dare I say it, a battle yet to be won in the United States Senate's Foreign Relations Committee. The subject matter of this vital conference, UNCLOS at 40, is very timely. This past year has brought its own challenges for the international community. In particular, we wish to acknowledge and commend the stellar work of the maritime community across the world in keeping the international trading system functioning throughout the pandemic. I would also like to echo the words of Judge Pack and Judge Haidar from UNCLOS yesterday at this auspicious time for the international community. The maintenance of international peace and security is a fundamental objective of the Law of the Sea Convention. We should not forget that one of the great strengths of the convention is that it provides a very sophisticated framework for the peaceful settlement of disputes under Part 15. It maintains a very fine balance between voluntary and compulsory procedures. As highlighted by our two keynote addresses yesterday, the contentious and advisory jurisprudence of UNCLOS has added greatly to maintaining a stable and peaceful public order in the ocean. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an extraordinary erudite panel of contributors that can share valuable insights on how to build a more peaceful and sustainable future. As stated in the introduction, the panel will address climate change, biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction, and new technologies. Our first speaker is a very dear friend of mine, Professor Kentaro Nishimoto, who was so abruptly interrupted in his address by the earthquake in Japan yesterday. And of course, we send our warm regards for safety to everybody in Japan, including our sponsors in the Nippon Foundation and the Sasakawa Peace Foundation. Professor Kentaro, we are so happy that you can join us this morning to deliver your paper. You are very welcome. Wonderful to see that you are safe. You have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronan, for the very kind words. I really appreciate this opportunity to join this panel again, following the interruption yesterday. So for those of you who are not in the audience joining us yesterday, what happened was that there was a very big earthquake which hit northern part of Japan while I was just giving my presentation in the panel on the continental shelf. And I wasn't able to continue because of that situation. So please allow me to briefly go over the slides up to the point the presentation was interrupted, and then to resume the full discussion from there. So first of all, I would like to share my PowerPoint slides on the screen. Okay, so I hope the screen is now on. And so my discussion was about the impact that the BBNJ agreement can have on the legal regime of the continental shelf. And the reason that this issue is particularly important is because the superjacent waters of the continental shelf beyond 200 nautical miles is part of the high seas. And in the four elements of the so-called BBNJ package, I will be discussing issues relating to marine genetic resources and area-based management tools, or ABMTs. And the current negotiations are being conducted on the basis of a document referred to as the revised draft treaty text. And in regard to the overall general relationship between the BBNJ agreement and the continental shelf, there is a provision in Article 4.2 of this document, which essentially provides that the rights and jurisdiction of coastal states shall be respected in accordance with the convention, which is referring to UNCLOS. However, since this language is general, we would need to consider specific cases where the relationship between the agreement and the continental shelf would become an issue. And with regard to marine genetic resources, I was explaining yesterday that the artificial distinction between sedentary species subject to the continental shelf regime and other species subject to the high seas regimes causes difficulties in the context of marine genetic resources. And although this question has been raised in academic literature, the issue does not seem to have received sufficient discussion in the Intergovernmental Conference. And there is even a quite problematic provision based on the understanding that coastal states have rights or interests if the same MGRs are found within their jurisdiction. But there is no basis in international law to support this understanding. And so this issue needs to be further discussed in the IZC. And now turning to the issue of area-based management tools, including MPAs, it is still uncertain what kind of mechanism the agreement will eventually adopt. But we can envisage the establishment of a marine protected area in the high seas above the continental shelf beyond 200 nautical miles. And this would not in itself be inconsistent with the rights that coastal states have over their continental shelves. However, as continental shelf activities are usually conducted from the water column using ships or platforms, the designation of MPAs raises issues concerning the relationship between the two regimes. And as a starting point for consideration, we have Article 78.2, which uses the terms must not infringe or result in any unjustifiable interference with navigation and other rights and freedoms of other states as sort of a coordinating guidance as to how the two regimes are to be coordinated. And now turning to the draft treaty text of the BBNJ agreement, the provision relevant to this issue is Article 15.4. And the original concern of this provision was the horizontal relationship between areas within and beyond national jurisdiction. But this provision has also been referred to in the context of the vertical relationship between the continental shelf and the superadjacent high seas, which is the subject of this presentation. And this provision consists of three elements. One is the obligation not to undermine the effectiveness of coastal state measures. The second is to have due regard for rights, duties, and interests of all states, which of course would include coastal states, and an obligation to undertake consultations. And with respect to the obligation not to undermine the effectiveness of measures adopted by coastal states, whether this would be an appropriate formulation has been discussed in some academic articles in the existing literature. And it has been noted that the language which is adopted in the revised draft treaty text is from an article in UN Fish Stocks Agreement, which is Article 7, paragraph 2A. And the intent of adopting the language seems to be to incorporate the concept of compatibility. But the problem is that the text does not actually reflect the entire concept as used in UNCLOS. And it's also questionable whether this concept could be applied outside its original context of managing straddling and highly migratory species. And although while having consistent measures in accordance with the ecosystem approach is desirable, there is a certain tension between using this approach and the jurisdictional regime as set out in UNCLOS, particularly because this formulation could be read as implying a one-way adjustment which would prioritize the coastal state in deciding what are the appropriate measures to be adopted in the area beyond national jurisdiction above the continental shelf beyond 200 nautical miles when coastal states decide to adopt very strict measures on their continental shelves. This would certainly be a progressive development towards the holistic management of biodiversity. It could be welcome to in that aspect. But it could be regarded as a modification of the existing relationship between the two regimes under UNCLOS. And discussions so far in the existing literature seem to broadly agree that an approach based on the concept of due regard rather than not undermining the effectiveness of is a better way forward. And also in the negotiating process, the second obligation contained in Article 15.4, which is of due regard, appears to have the support of a larger number of delegations. However, it may not entirely be clear how this concept of due regard is to play a role in adjusting the relationship between the two legal regimes. For example, if a marine protected area is adopted in the water column, restricting activities such as navigation or seismic surveys is due regard to play a role in setting the appropriate level of regulation for all activities in the water column, perhaps taking into account the rights and interests of the coastal state? Of course, such an understanding would make sense in terms of achieving holistic management of biodiversity, and some articles seem to adopt this kind of understanding in relation to how due regard would play its role in coordinating or adjusting between the two different regimes. But on the other hand, it would seem more in line with the jurisdictional regime of UNCLOS to regard activities for exploration and exploitation of resources of the continental shelf as continental shelf activities, even when conducted in the water column. And under this view, an attempt to apply the conservation measures to ships engaged in continental shelf activities would be regarded as a direct infringement of sovereign rights rather than a matter regarding the obligation to have due regard. So which view is adopted is a fundamental issue, but there has not been really a direct discussion of this issue at least in the BBNG process. And looking at the statements and also the proposals at the ICC, it is possible that states may have slightly different understandings regarding the concepts such as respecting rights, which was the concept used in Article 4, or giving due regard, which is the language used in Article 15.4 of the draft treaty text. And then there is also the question of how we should assess the possible provision in the BBNJ agreement that we just saw in light of the current legal regime under UNCLOS. Does it add to or modify the existing relationship between the continental shelf and the high seas? With regards to the terms due regard and unjustifiable interference, which is used in Article 78, there is an approach that understands both terms as encapsulating the same fundamental idea. For example, the arbitral tribunal in the Chagos MPA arbitration said in relation to Article 194, which is the only other article which uses the same expression, the arbitral award, the tribunal considered that the term is functionally equivalent to the obligation to give due regard. However, in contrast to the mutual obligation to have due regard, for example, in the exclusive economic zone, the concept of unjustifiable interference is a one-way street, according to Article 78, paragraph 2. If we look at the provision on the high seas, for example, Article 87, there is no corresponding obligation to have due regard to the rights of coastal states to their continental shelves. Therefore, the balancing act between the continental shelf and the superadjacent waters using the concept of unjustifiable interference could be regarded as tipped in favor of high seas freedoms, only allowing interference by coastal states that is strictly necessary for the exercise of their sovereign rights. And if that is the case, the addition of a due regard provision could be seen as a modification of the current legal relationship under Article 98.2. But although the provision works in favor of coastal states, it should not necessarily be considered as an expansion or kind of a creeping jurisdiction of coastal states, but as reflecting perhaps the development of the high seas regime. And on the bottom of the slide that you're now seeing, there is a diagram illustrating this, although it probably needs to be further thought about and developed, so comments welcome. But on the left-hand side, I have a box labeled UNCLOS, which is intended to depict the traditional understanding of the relationship between the high seas and the continental shelf. And although Article 78.2 is not necessarily only about the uses of the oceans, the main issue behind that provision was that there may be uses of the ocean regulated under two different regimes in the same physical area above the continental shelf. The solution provided by UNCLOS with regard to this question was Article 78.2, which provides that the coastal state should not unjustifiably interfere with the exercise of freedoms and rights on the high seas. However, when we start to talk about ABMTs or MPAs establishing marine protected areas, we have a new element which relates to the management of the area. And how this element could change the overall structure is depicted on the right-hand side of the diagram. And based on Article 15, paragraph 4 of the draft treaty text, we have an obligation not to undermine the effectiveness of conservation measures, giving a due regard, and to conduct consultation running in one direction, as highlighted in yellow in the middle. And the same article also covers the sort of the diagonal relationship between measures on the high seas and the uses of the continental shelf, as the provision is also about due regard for rights of states in general. However, that there may be some questions regarding this relationship is what I addressed in the previous slide. So overall, the point here is that the BBNJ agreement could be seen as adding a new element to the vertical relationship between the high seas and the continental shelf. And I think it's open to further discussions, although we are very in the latest stage of the BBNJ IGC negotiations. It's still open to question whether the current text is adequate in addressing these relationships. And for example, I have a question mark on the far right, indicating whether a mutual due regard kind of relationship could or should be built in to the interaction between management measures under the two regimes. And in thinking about these issues, since the vertical relationship contains unique elements that do not exist for horizontal adjacent relationships, having a separate provision to address this issue, in addition to the present Article 15, paragraph 4, may be useful. So to conclude, as discussed in this presentation today, the BBNJ agreement raises issues concerning the relationship between the continental shelf beyond 200 nautical miles and the adjacent, superadjacent high seas. And while the issue is by no means new, the BBNJ agreement does add certain elements to the existing rules concerning the vertical relationship. And although a solution based on a holistic approach may be ideal, it may be difficult for the Intergovernmental Conference to adopt a unique or novel solution to this issue, given the rate of progress for the treaty as a whole, and the emphasis by many states on safeguarding their rights on the continental shelf, and also very serious concerns about being consistent with UNCLOS. So in the likely scenario that the BBNJ agreement would contain perhaps very general provisions using terms such as respect for rights within national jurisdiction, or maybe a balancing using a concept such as due regard, the discussions could remain as homework for us. And we as international lawyers may need to address these issues as a matter of interpretation once the treaty is concluded. And with that, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Nishimoto, for a tour de force. Of course, you've been a very distinguished member of the Japanese delegation at former IGCs. This issue is very current at the negotiations this week. Indeed, on Tuesday night, PCIDS hosted a side event to address this. It goes directly to the paper of Judge Haidar yesterday in relation to the extended continental shelf. And indeed, it is something which will concern the rights and entitlements of 75 states, if not more, under Article 76 of the Convention. So we are really thankful to you for joining us this morning. And I know, sir, some of our colleagues were involved in the negotiations at UNHQ in New York today have joined us this morning to listen in on your paper. So we wish them every success with their negotiations. I would also ask the participants in the conference today to post their questions in the Q&A box. Without further ado, I'd like to turn the discussion now to our second paper and our second speaker, which is Professor Alla Pasnikova, who joins us from the Scandinavian Institute of Maritime Law in Oslo. Alla is author of numerous publications and joint editor of a very important new book from Cambridge University Press on the environmental rule of law for oceans, designing legal solutions. Her fields of research include public international law, law of the sea, environmental law, Arctic, comparative law, and outer space law. She is a member of the Space Law Committee tasked with the preparation of a draft proposal for a new Norwegian outer space law. It's quite timely and pertinent that the title of her paper today is as follows: A Spate Flight and Protection of the Marine Environment, Legal Challenges and Solutions for Tackling Novel Sources of Pollution. Professor Pasnikova, you are very welcome. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Ronan, and thank you for giving me the possibility to speak at this important conference. I hope that you can hear me well. And well, happy St. Patrick's Day to you, Ronan, and other Irish colleagues here. Thank you for presentation and especially mentioning that I have worked with space sector. That explains, of course, the angle that I'm taking. Now let me just share my screen. There you go. Yes. Yes, I think it's should be okay now. Well, we all know that satellite-based services are indispensable for maritime governance. We use satellites to trace illegal activities at sea, as some other speakers mentioned yesterday. And satellites are very important for ensuring communications, especially in remote areas. And for Norway, it would be high north. For weather monitoring, climate research, and other important uses. And well, the background for my interest in this topic is that Norway is planning to expand its space activities into launching small satellites into orbit from Norwegian mainland in the Arctic or in the north. And this is a very major and very important development, both for Norway as a space nation, but also for Europe and overseas clients that would like to launch their satellites and use the satellite-based services. And now, as any human activities, space flight is causing pollution. As most of you know, there is a lot of space debris in outer space, but of course also launches of satellites do cause problems for the Earth environment. And I thought that problem was so interesting that I wrote a chapter on this for the book that Ronan already presented. It is a bit of a marginal issue, as I will explain in a second, but it is interesting for most of us because it shows the perhaps inadequacy of existing international regimes and the challenge of dealing with novel activities, novel technologies, and the protection of the environment. Now let me move on and say a little bit about this space sector in practice and the problems that I would like to explain. Now, this is the map of spaceports, orbital spaceports of the world. It is not complete, so I hope that you're not offended if your country is not on the map. But you can see perhaps a number of things here. And firstly, it is quite popular to locate launch sites in the coastal areas for an obvious reason. If you plan trajectory of a launch over the ocean, it is safer. You avoid populated areas. And I must also say that there's also a bit of a kind of out of sight, out of mind thinking when it comes to the pollution of the sea. Well, the types of pollution that space activities may cause is it's both land, terrestrial environment, atmosphere, and marine environment by various toxic emissions and by heat, by noise, and also by debris or space or object waste components which are jettisoned during the launch that fall, well, in some cases in the unpopulated land areas, and in many cases they fall into the sea. And in addition to that, space sector is developing, so there are new launch sites coming. And let me just let's see. So there will be one approximately here. Forgive my geography. There is one project by Sweden, and there is also a new, relatively new spaceport in New Zealand. UK is also planning to launch small satellites from, well, somewhere here. And Portugal also has a project to start launching satellites from Azores. So it's this sector is developing, and presumably there will be increased amount of space waste, space debris falling into the marine environment in the future, but we don't know how much exactly, and that's one of the issues that I will come back with. And this debris can fall into other states' maritime zones. It's quite common to drop or lose it in the other coastal states, exclusive economic zones, for example. So this is one of the challenges. Also, when it comes to environmental justice, this expanding activities raise a number of issues when it comes to the rights of population, local population, traditional ways of living, and also established activities such as fisheries and shipping can be limited or interfered with due to increase in space launches. So let me just move on. This is a very brief presentation, but time runs from us. And let me just move to another concern, environmental concern that is being raised. It's deorbiting old end-of-life spacecrafts into areas beyond national jurisdiction. And this is a practice that is relatively well known. Small satellites tend to burn out in the atmosphere, but larger spacecrafts, space stations, they, for example, they don't burn in the atmosphere, so they have to end up in the ocean, and in a place called spacecraft cemetery. And according to Wikipedia, there are, well, up to 300 spacecrafts on the seabed in this area. And I choose the website from NASA Science for Kids. And I thought it was a bit from an environmental law perspective. I think it is a bit disturbing that the main reason to use this area is just because it's far away from where people live. But of course, we know that there is some biodiversity in the areas beyond national jurisdiction, and it is important to have more knowledge about what happens to biodiversity when this kind of objects are dumped into the sea, and what responsibilities states have to develop for themselves. And that brings me to the legal part of my presentation. What is the international legal framework that governs these activities? And well, we do have, in a way, two branches of international law that applies. And I think it's quite interesting to see how little these two branches of international law interact. Most of you are more or less familiar with Law of the Sea Convention and Part 12. And this convention may be criticized for not being able to address some of the novel challenges, but I think at least it opens for it applies to all sources of pollution. It does not regulate spaceflight pollution specifically, but the wording is and objectives are flexible enough, and I think it is quite certain that obligations in Part 12 do apply to this kind of pollution as well, even though it is not regulated explicitly. UNCLOS has a number of quite important provisions that should be used more actively in the space sector. And this is not just the provisions on the duty to protect the marine environment, but I think particularly the provisions on the research cooperation and on the establishment of scientific criteria and the duty to monitor the risks of pollution, and provision on environmental impact assessment are very important to consider being applied more actively in the space sector as well. And then some multilateral environmental agreements could also be relevant. Example that I would like to mention here, because there is some ongoing work already taking place, is London Convention on Dumping. And that is an interesting example how perhaps emerging dialogue between quite separate areas of law in the shape of IMO reaching out to COPUS and establishing a scientific group on this space waste jettisoned in the launch that is working on in particular on considering the application of London Convention to the sector. And when it comes to international space law, well, I think it's much more general than UNCLOS. It does not explicitly regulate issues related to the protection of Earth environment, well, other than protection from pollution from space materials, but that is not relevant for my purpose of my research. And space law does have an institution that works quite actively with development of space law and cooperation between states, but it has mostly focused on outer space environment and space debris. But here we have then this example of maritime law and space law talking together to resolve a problem in a holistic way. So some of the challenges I have already mentioned in a way, but I'd like to go through them a bit more systematically, because obviously we have to fall back on general provisions of international law and the problem that is recognizable in case of other novel types of pollution and novel uses of the sea. And an advantage is that we can perhaps use the existing very comprehensive framework. And the problem that is this framework can be fragmented. It is not suitable for this exotic, particular specific type of pollution. So this is the current legal framework is quite complicated. Now, firstly, let's see. Well, the major question for all of us is that we don't know how significant pollution from this space flight activities are. We don't know enough about the impact on marine environment. We don't know anything about cumulative effects of this sector, of these activities. So it is quite difficult to judge what we have to do in the future, because we don't know enough about this activity yet. And that also makes the other problems quite difficult to resolve. Is it sufficient to have national rules? We do need national rules because of private actors being very active in space sector. So the states have to govern their private actors through national law. But do we need any harmonized legislation at the international level? What kind of measures this could be? This is a very open question for now because of very little knowledge about the environmental impact on nature. But it is clear that space flight causes transboundary pollution, and the international community should be concerned. So this is at least a clear starting point. Now, the allocation of jurisdiction and responsibilities among states is also unclear. UNCLOS is more specific on jurisdiction and responsibilities, but the rules there are do not really hang together with the way space sector operates. So it is necessary to clarify these responsibilities and allocation of jurisdiction better, perhaps through academic research and also through the discussions in between the states and perhaps space agencies. And the next, in a way related issue is also that then clear application of precautionary approach to the sector. In a case of scientific uncertainty, we don't know how bad pollution is, but so we have to be careful. But the reach of precautionary approach in the space sector is far from clear. And last but not the least, the question that I'm not addressing in my chapter, but I think that is quite important anyway, is how do we ensure a holistic approach that would integrate would not only address marine environment, but would integrate atmospheric pollution, land pollution, and marine environment, and also concerns relating to environmental justice in the space sector, and concerns relating to and the need to kind of ensure some holistic approach to the environment of outer space and environment of the Earth. Should they be treated in one set of rules, or how can we go ahead with this respect? Now, let me just so a lot of questions, and so I would like to just in the conclusion to mention the possible pathways to better regulation of spaceflight pollution. What is effective environmental regulation in the space sector? And it is quite obvious that we are in the beginning of the road, and several essential components to have effective environmental regulation in the space sector are lacking. Obviously, sufficient scientific knowledge, organizational structures that would facilitate development of rules, and so we need together start with the gathering knowledge about impact of spaceflight on the environment, and this work should go beyond just requiring actors and public authorities to conduct environmental impact assessments. There should be more scientific research outside this framework of license procedures and things like that. Then it is also quite important to ensure that there is a proper institutional framework in place, and that perhaps the existing institutions can be used, such as Scopus, IMO, but it is quite obvious that there is no international institution that would have a specific environmental mandate in the space sector. So no one is responsible for anything. Only the states have responsibility for their activities. So it is quite important to clarify competences and to increase the interaction between this regime already taking place. It's in a bit through this London Dumping Convention work. And another question that arises is how do we legislate at the international level? I think that it is more realistic to build upon the already existing conventions, existing instruments, perhaps adding some soft law policy documents. But we are actually quite far from this stage because we are still before here. So this is something that is quite concerning, and we have to get here at some point, but we're not here yet. And my last point, which actually in a way brings me to some of the aspects of Kentaro's presentation, is that it is necessary to integrate the issue of space debris, the orbited space debris at least, into the BBNG process. I don't think that it will be explicitly regulated as a kind of a special problem in itself, but it is important that also this kind of pollution is included in environmental impact assessment requirements and perhaps other important instruments that oh, I'm not here yet, that the negotiators are working with. And well, thank you for your attention. And I hope that there will be chances to discuss this issue in other occasions as well.
Professor Poznikova, thank you for such a wonderful cutting-edge paper. It links directly to the Kentaro Nishimoto's paper there on biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. If memory serves me correctly, the Space Liability Convention had its origins on the Cosmo, it was a 954 pollution of the Canadian tundra, and I think Canada filed a claim under that convention. It also has maybe 86 parties, so it's a well-developed regime which predates UNCLOS. And of course, what you're speaking about now is really about a very major risk to the international community from space debris, and this is a very, very timely contribution. I think it also goes directly to the first paper we had yesterday from Aaron Hannibal from the Max Planck Foundation, where he spoke about due diligence and the responsibility of nationals in relation to IUU fishing. And I think some of those arguments are very relevant to this. Please post your questions on these papers, and there are some wonderful questions already in the Q&A box. I would encourage the panelists to answer online. You can answer directly online on the Q&A function, and that will, of course, make the job of the Q&A session a little bit easier towards the end of this morning's panel. I'd like now to turn next to our third speaker, Dr. Yoshi Ota, who is Professor of Practice at the School of Marine and Environmental Affairs at the University of Washington. He's director of the Nippon Foundation Ocean Nexus Center. It's shall we say, a sister collaboration to our own work here in the Sasakawa Global Ocean Institute at the World Maritime University. And in that capacity, he's coordinating an interdisciplinary team from over 20 institutes and cross-disciplinary scholars worldwide. As a social anthropologist, one recurring theme in his research is the inequity between those who have access and benefits from the ocean and those who rely on oceans to live. And he argues that we needed to create a new platform for ocean governance to identify the inequities that exist, to develop new knowledge-based solutions, as well as interactions that change ocean's equity for everyone. And the title of his paper is Social Equity is Key for the Application of Technology and Data in the Ocean. Dr. Ota, I know you're not home in Japan. You're joining us very early in the morning from the East Coast of the United States. Of course, we wish your family and all your colleagues in Japan a safe and healthy environment. Dr. Ota, you're very welcome, and you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Let me just share my slide. Do you have to see this? I'm going to start with a slideshow. Thank you very much. You can hear me okay? I'm actually on the West Coast, so my time is 4 in the morning. So if I sound a little bit sleepy, I apologize in advance, but I'm trying to bring energy into this conversation. So so what I'm going to talk about today, and in about like 15 minutes, I'll put a lot of slides into this, but I'm trying to go through a little bit slowly because I'm not really legal scholar, as you as Professor Long actually explained. So I'm going to take a step by step and then try to argue to what extent this idea of equity or social equity is relevant to the conversation over here about biodiversity, climate change, theory beyond national jurisdiction, and technology. So I'm going to talk about like social equity and ocean governance. So what do we mean by that? Why am I doing this? And I'll talk about issues with blue economy, marine conservation, and climate finance. Just very briefly, what's going on in the world. And then I'll talk about three of the paper, actually two of my papers on the technology and climate justice, and actually adapting one of my deputy director's paper on capacity building. And I'm just gonna finish with some remarks on things we need to watch out if we are really going on the technology and then adapting some of the interest from industry. So my center, Ocean Nexus Center, is really just a research network, and we are focusing a lot on social science, particularly sort of like a bridging between policy design and implementation. And the reason why I started doing this, because I had the previous program called Ocean Nurse, and that is really looking at predicting the future ocean. There's a lot of natural science, the climate change drives to environmental changes, and really two things came up very simply. One is human activities affecting the oceans and coastal lines, and everybody agree with that. I mean, it's pretty much all the climate change. But to tell the truth, I mean, when we started in about like early 2010, there's still some people saying like, well, you know, it's not all the bad news. So things have changed. But that was the first thing everybody agreed on, obviously. The second one, there's pollutions and ecological damage, create injustice and disparity. So that part of the disparity, particularly so like inequality between those who are benefiting from the ocean, those who wasn't really something we actually thought about going to kind of like conclude at the end of the program. So that was this idea. I mean, it was very clear the disparity and inequality is widening, and we have to do something about it. And then that's why I actually set up Ocean Nexus based on this idea of social equity. So what do we mean by social equity? And so I kind of like adapted very typical, you know, environmental justice kind of like a 3 steps, but this is sort of semi-original. I mean, first, or this is not in the order, but what we need to do is we need to recognize root causes of inequality in ocean governance, and then also the damage has been done. And the second, we really need to think about like a recovering. So there are people who've been affected, and marginalization is the norm in any governance. Hence, we really have to think about how we're going to recover or help or support or together with co-developing to find a solution. The third one is reverse. So when we say power, people kind of like shut down a little bit, but as we know, there is a clear power imbalance in the world. And what we like to do is what we know is some of the problem is being caused by this power imbalance, well, if it's not all. So really trying to reverse this power relationship and then bring much more so like a flat and fairer ocean governance. And that's what we're really trying to seek through our activities, and close the gap of the inequality. So that's what it is that's what it means when we say putting social equity at the center of ocean governance. And you know, as I say these kind of things, some people say like it's really abstract, but then again, there are many ways to actually achieve this, and we're trying different paths. So now I'm going to move to the issues, particularly equity issue with blue economy, and that is this is sort of like a map of different blue economy development, and you can see the wind farm is totally up in the north, blue carbon down the south here and there, and bioprospecting here and there, and then mariculture down the south, and the tourism. So you can see a lot of development going on, and some are successful and some are working. We just actually have a recent paper pointing out blue carbon has been talked a lot, but there's just very few, actually only one, who's really operating, since there is no market to buy the blue carbon. Anyway, so the issue with those blue economy is obviously global shipping rose and prepare for the search of invasive species. That's one thing. Demand for the luxury shellfish is polluting the ocean with plastic, as you know. Migrant fish workers, I'm sorry, it's in Ireland, to get protection against slavery, certain slavery issues. And then also, declining fish stocks and demand for the cheap seafood, and then driving human rights abuse. So there's a mixture of environment and human issues going on as we actually pursue this new sustainable, non-sustainable economy. And that also includes some of the issues with marine conservation in terms of equity. So if you can just see this very large marine protected areas in the world, and a lot of them are not really in a place where it's supposed to be. But as Dr. Nishimoto spoke about, like Chagos protected area has been contested from the indigenous population quite a bit. And then also Phoenix Island protected area, which is currently, I think still is a no-take zone, but then now they're considering to reverse it because of the certain issues with the finance and the setting that has been has not been clearly addressed in that protected area. So the not only those development, also this effort really to protect marine conservation itself is having some of the issues and some of the equitable concerns. Also, this is, it's not really published, I think, but as you can see, this is very complicated, but it's basically where climate finance is going. And you can actually see the last green bits and Europe and Central Asia on the right-hand side, a lot of green bits, which is renewable energy. So a lot of money for the climate finance is really going for the renewable energy, not for others. Although the as much as energy, the food sovereignty and issues with small-scale fisheries are extremely important. And in some of the places, you know, as the climate change actually drives fish stocks really scarce, and then that is a center of some people or quite many people's livelihood in certain areas. But yet the money has been put in for the climate adaptation, climate finance is still not really efficiently addressing the demand from the local. So I'm going to talk about now, move on to 3 papers, and it really shows some of the concerns that we have about the development of technology and the concerns with climate justice and potentially some capacity building recommendations. So first one is AI-based. This is about global fishing watch. Some of you know these satellite data where you can detect where the fishing boat is, and it's kind of like a new eyes that you could actually see where they are fishing, and it's just tremendous resource for us to tackle with IUU, which IUU itself is a very problematic term from fisheries perspective. But anyway, that's just really sort of huge things. They claimed it's sort of like a proof of concept that this satellite technology can actually use to detect human rights abuse on board. So me and a couple of my colleagues actually wrote a rebuttal saying it may be a bit too much to say it's a proof of concept, and I guess I'm going to explain now. And the second paper is about the tuna stock is moving due to climate change from the States Ocean, EZ, to high seas. So some of the coastal states actually will lose revenue from their tuna fisheries. And the last one is a paper written by my deputy director, Harriet Herndon Davis, really pointing out, what we could do for the capacity building if we actually start thinking about like core development. Okay, oops. So the first one, so the top one,
5 minutes,
satellite.
Josh.
Oh, Oh, really? So I gotta be hurry on. Satellite can reveal global extent and forced labor in the world of fish freed. And then that's really satellite actually trying to prove it. And we actually look at the paper with some of the machine learning specialists and it pointed out the lack of data is issues. It's like 90% of their known cases are detectable. And it failed to profile the most predictable labor abuse risk to decide large distant water vessels. So it's basically, they're actually saying that every single large distant water fleet is really risky, which is not really the case. And there's a very low validation, and because they don't really do have enough data to the cross assessment of this. I'm just trying to move this. Okay. The second paper, this probably is explained quite well. The top one with a yellow fin, you can see the red part, right? And then that's where the yellow fin right now. And if we project at the worst case of the climate change, then you could really see, because the red part is moving to the west, right? That will actually cause huge revenue loss for the tuna stocks. As you can see on the blue is a country and where they're catching it, they will lose here about like 20% of their revenue, and which is a huge loss for those island nations. So what we really need to do to tackle with these issues, and some of the recommendations have been put. One is we really need to think about like self-determination with capacity needs. So there are a lot of issues coming up right now in terms of development, but yet the voices of the people are not really coming up. So that's, and then they need a capacity to really find out what is the self-determination capacity needs. The performance monitoring is once you put solutions or finance or anything, then you don't really monitor it, you need to monitor it, and in order to incentivize and monitor capacity building outcomes. And the finance, as I said, it's really not adequately put it and allocated and distributed right now. And finally, trust, there's discussions everywhere, but the long-term partnership are not really built up well enough to address these complicated issues coming with climate change and others. So those are things. And finally, I just want to say, there's issues with the technology as much as the tremendous wonderfulness about it. Digital authoritarianism, as we see it now, domination, certain powers and companies are really creating the issues, as you can see some of the example in Toronto and Canada water free. And then some people call it artificial stupidity. Can we actually leave it as a full autonomous AI system? We probably cannot. And there's a technocracy and then colonialism is going on, even to the extent that marine conservation might actually be need to watch out for not to be seen as neocolonialism. And finally, the neoliberal zombies, which is basically some of the neoliberal solutions are pretty out there, but it's pretty much not working and it's dead, but yet it still continue as a dominant solutions because of some of the interest of both technology and efficiency. And then that's what we need to think about. Okay, thank you.
Dr. Rocha, look, thank you so much for such incisive insights this morning at 4 o'clock in the morning, middle of the night, I should say. And it's just so wonderful to have a social anthropologist look at the convention and to look at some of the contemporary challenges. And of course, if we go back to the preamble of the convention, one of its primary functions was to realize a just and equitable international economic order. And of course, I think all of us will agree it has failed to do this. And social equity, and indeed, is something which is profoundly at issue and at stake in the world today. I also am really thankful that you've highlighted the issue of capacity building. And I know that one of our PhD candidates here, Khalil Hassan Ali, is a co-author of that paper. And of course, he's leading yesterday and today for CARICOM at the BBNJ negotiations. This week, and again, last week, one of the dividing issues at the BBNJ negotiations is on capacity building. The division of the world really in terms of two spheres of interest, one which supports mandatory capacity building and financial resources for sale, as well as those that are proposing voluntary capacity building. And I think this goes very much to the heart of the negotiations, and this is an issue that will have to be settled. And I would hope that some of our participants would pose some questions to you as the best way to address this. Look, without further ado, I'd like to turn to our final speaker on this panel. She's a former student of mine at the YOSU Academy, Ms. Sindura Paul-Pali, who earned her Masters of Laws with distinction in IMLI. IMLI is the International Maritime Law Institute, which is a child of the IMO, very similar to the World Maritime University. It's in Malta, and it's led by a very distinguished colleague of ours, Judge Attard, and indeed Felicity Attard. Professor Felicity Attard will moderate one of the sessions tomorrow. Sindura was awarded the Nippon Foundation Fellowship and the Maltese Government Prize for the best performance in the law of the sea during her program at IMLI. Previously, she obtained a Bachelor of Legal Science and a Bachelor of Laws from the oldest law school in Asia, the Government Law College, which is based in Mumbai. Currently, she's working in the Prime Minister's Maritime India Vision 2030 at the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. Therefore, we have no better person to speak on India's implementation of MARPOL Annex 6. And of course, this is a topic which relates directly to climate change and the shipping industry. And we will be hosting a very important conference here at the World Maritime University on these issues later in this year to mark the anniversary of the London Convention at 50, as well as the Stockholm Declaration, which is also 50. Sindura, you're very, very welcome. I know it's late in the afternoon. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Professor Ronan Long, for this kind introduction. I would also thank Professor James Kraska from the Stockton Center of the US Naval War College, Maritime Institute of Malaysia, and World Maritime University, Korea Maritime Institute, and others, and the attendees today. So as I begin this session, I would share my screen. I hope you can see. Please let me know if you can see the screen. Is it visible?
Nearly. It's visible now.
Okay, all right. All right. Okay, so before I even begin with this talk, I am very happy that I get this prestigious opportunity to speak at this conference, especially while it's talking about climate change, BBNJ, and new technologies. And we have these deliberations ongoing in the United Nations in New York currently on developing a legally binding instrument on the subject. So it's quite significant today. And in my presentation, I'm going to be focusing on MARPOL Annex 6, and will throw some light on India's work and relevant challenges in this regard. So the most important thing is that the coming of MARPOL Annex 6 into picture was because of the fact that there were rising climate change concerns. And with these concerns, it was adopted in the 1997 conference, where at the same time, the conference noted that Annex 6 does not directly relate to GHG emissions or carbon dioxide emissions, which is also a GHG, but it only talks about air pollution. But it required to consider more studies in cooperation with the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the UNFCCC, after which 4 studies have been conducted till date. And these studies have noted that the 4th study especially has said that there's a projected increase in shipping emissions in consideration to 2008 by 90%, and it is projected to increase between 90 to 130% by 2050. So to tackle this, MARPOL Annex 6 is trying to provide a regulatory framework. But why the IMO when you already have the UNFCCC? It's because the UNFCCC, it obliges parties to have a national GHG inventory to be submitted. But at the same time, these inventories are not to take into account shipping emissions because it's an international industry. And as a result, they are to be reported separately. And also the Kyoto Protocol under this framework asks for the Annex 1 countries under the UNFCCC to pursue GHG emissions limitation and reduction through the IMO. So these Annex 1 countries are basically developed countries. So since IMO has acknowledged this particular situation and it has taken a lead, as a result of which it has taken various measures. So in the Annex 6 framework, in addition to the various enforcement mechanisms, it has 5 important features. One is it tries to have control measures for air pollution. It incorporates the IMO initial GHG strategy. It looks at energy efficiency of ships. It provides for a system for data collection of fuel consumed on ships. And lastly, it provides for technical cooperation and technological transfer, especially to assist developing countries. So while air pollution, the considerations of air pollutions that it has, they don't have the GHG gases, the greenhouse gases, basically. So these are ozone depleting substances, nitrogen oxide, sulfur oxides, and particulate matter, volatile organic compounds. These are yet, despite not being GHG, they are adverse to public health and environment. So it tries to regulate them. But however, due to paucity of time, I will not go into in-depth detail on that. And I will jump directly to chapter 4 of Annex 6, which impacts CO2 and GHG emissions, derived subsequent to the consideration of the UNFCCC work and IMO study on this subject. So in the slide, you see a graph, which I've borrowed from DNVGL, which is a Norwegian classification society, to depict the crux of the strategy. So under this strategy, in 2008 has been taken as the base year to compare the emissions and how the shipping industry will perform based on it. So the blue dotted line on top is basically if the industry does not do anything, and that's how the emissions are going to keep increasing. But the blue line below the dotted line depicts what happens if the IMO emissions are properly implemented. So this IMO initial strategy was adopted in 2008, and since then to 2030, the line is flat, which shows that although the measures have been implemented, the carbon intensity of these emissions is seen to be reduced by 40%. Now, carbon intensity basically means the amount of carbon emitted per deadweight ton. Deadweight is basically the total cargo carrying capacity, the fuel and stores on the ship, rather than the total weight of the ship. And most of the times, the ships carry more than their own weight. So the total emissions may keep increasing because of more ships being added. So soon, with the implementation of these IMO measures, the goal is to achieve 70% carbon intensity reduction and 50% total GHG emissions reduction by 2050, and with the ongoing efforts to phase them out in consistence with the 2015 Paris Agreement. Now, the goal is to achieve this, the goal has to look at certain guiding principles. And these principles are importing from the UNFCCC something called as the Common but Differentiated Responsibilities and Respective Capabilities, which is CBDRRC, which has to be balanced against the IMO principles of non-discrimination among state parties and the principle of no more favorable treatment to non-parties. Now, CBDRRC recognizes that countries have different duties and abilities, particularly in light of their socio-economic needs, to address the negative impacts of climate change. Now, it is a principle of equity. It is not just unique to UNFCCC, and you can also see that it's found in UNCLOS, especially if you see Article 194, which obliges that states to prevent marine pollution through best practical means at their disposal and in accordance with their capabilities. So balancing these principles especially impacts IMO GHG strategy, which has 3 measures you need to take. One is short term, then there is midterm and long term. And in these measures, it looks at operational measures, technical measures, and market-based measures, or MBM. The first 2 measures are largely resolved, but the MBM continue to remain contentious. So at short-term measures, you need to develop a national policy, research on low and alternate fuels, and also by establishing something called the International Maritime Research Board. Now, establishing itself requires some financial capacity. So how do you get that capacity, and how do you do that? Through levy on fuels, through bunker levy, or in any other form to meet the budgetary requirements of IMRB. So in this situation, can you also levy that on ships that are already running on low carbon or zero carbon fuels? That remains contentious. In the midterm measures, you have to effectively uptake the research that has been conducted. In the long-term measures, you have to develop further and meet the needs to finally reach the goal. So while these measures are in place, they also talk about something called energy efficiency, which also is provided under MARPOL Annex 6 through 2 means, that is technical and operational. So In the technical and operational means, it is talking about two indices. One is the energy efficiency design index, and the other is the energy efficiency existing ship index, which will come into force from next year. Now, the EEDI is applicable to new ships that are generally constructed after 2013, and EEXI applies to existing ships, which are not new ships. Now, the smaller your EEDI is, the more energy efficient your ship is. And in addition to the technical requirements, there are operational requirements, which the first one is the ship energy efficiency management plan, which has to be a part of the ship's safety management system on board, and it has to be reviewed in accordance to your carbon intensity indicator. Now, carbon intensity indicator rating scheme is also a part of the operational measures taken, wherein from 2023, over 5,000 gross tonnage ships with over 5,000 gross tonnage are to calculate their attained CII against the required CII, and based on which they will be given performance ratings of A, B, C, D, E. And the A stands for major superior, B minor superior, moderate, minor inferior, and inferior. In case you are rated D or E, you need to have correction plans in place. The other feature of Annex 6 is that it has a data collection system, which is very important to analyze and further take policy decisions. So for that matter, all ships from 2019 are to report their fuel consumption on board to the administrations, and the administration is then required to forward it to the IMO to be included in the IMO ship fuel oil consumption database. This is a part of the global integrated shipping information system, that is GISIS, and it is going to be made available to parties in an anonymized form for their consideration. The last one is technical cooperation, and like Dr. Urta said, how capacity building and technical cooperation is very important. This is also at the crux of the principle of CBDRRC, and through Regulation 29, it empowers states to seek technical support for meeting the considerations of IMO, MARPOL Annex 6 and IMO GHG measures. So there are various measures that you can seek recourse to. One of them is IMO's International Technical Cooperation Program, which already allocates funding at the global and regional level to enable developing states to implement the Annex 6. And currently, the biennial allocation is close to around 400,000 USD for this purpose. And this year's allocation is close to 200,000 USD. And I think developing countries should reap benefits of that. But at the same time, there are also certain partnership projects that, like the IMO Green Voyage project, which IMO is doing in partnership with Norway, and India is one of the countries that is a partner country piloting projects on this. On the side note, in addition to what the states are doing, the industry is also doing something. I've not included that in the slide, but it is called the Poseidon Principles, where 27 lending institutions have come and signed the objective to basically integrate IMO's climate goals and consideration to lending decisions in ship finance. They do that based on the principle of assessment, where they align the ship portfolios based on IMO's climate goal. Then they use the data provided on basis of accountability of the ROs. Then they enforce this through providing standard clauses asking for information before they lend the finances. And lastly, they update their shipping portfolios climate alignment for transparency. So this is one of the actions that the industry is taking on the sidelines of IMO. With that, I would come to India. And what is India doing? Now, India has a coastline of over 7,500 kilometers, and it has 200 ports. So as of January 2022, we have 1,429 ships flagged in India, out of which 972 are operating internationally, and 972 are operating in coastal voyages, and 475 are operating on international voyages. Last year, the Prime Minister released India's maritime vision, which targets sustainable shipping sector or green maritime sector. And in that, it looks at providing relevant measures, not only for ships, but also at ports. During the pandemic, the government has drawn a national action plan for green shipping, which is based on initial IMO strategy that I already discussed before. Now, IMO energy efficiency requirements apply to ships that are flying internationally. But what happens is, when you test their competitiveness because of these increasing requirements, it so happens that they are going to be forced out of business and will be looking at places that don't apply them, that is in coastal voyages. So what the Indian administration estimates is that this would increase the GHG emissions within the Indian waters, adding up to the national inventories, which would not be inconsistent with the Paris Agreement goals. And hence, the Indian administration has proactively taken measures to apply the IMO requirements, not only on international ships on international voyages, but also on coastal ships. ships. The other thing is that the average age of the Indian fleet is around 18 years. So the older the ships are, the more your energy efficiency is decreased. So as a result, India is now looking at age norms for admitting tonnage. So through legislative policy reforms, it is now trying to not only look at quantitative tonnage, but also qualitative tonnage for green shipping purposes. Now, energy efficiency of ships is not only important, it is also important to have energy efficient ports which support shipping operations. So if the ship is trying to get shore power at the ports need to have the relevant capacity to use renewable shore.
Sindhura, 3 minutes,
So
please.
as a result, they are the goal is to have. Yeah, it has. They have. The goal is to have over 60% of energy demands to be met by 2030. Now, with all these measures, there are various challenges that we still have. That is how the policy decisions will collide with the financial and technical decisions. So if you do not coastal shipping, shift coastal range, coastal water.
Sindhura, the bandwidth is not sufficient. If you switch off your video and move to your conclusions, we might be able to get to the end of your paper, please. Or have we lost Sindhura?
Hello?
Yeah, Sindhura, can you hear me? Okay, I think we've lost Sindhura. Perhaps she will be able to join us later. In any case, a very, very stimulating paper, and she needs to be congratulated. I'm very pleased that she's highlighted the issue of capacity building. The decarbonization of shipping is a key issue for the international community. IMO is providing great leadership on this issue. And of course, this is one of the big challenges for the international application of treaty law and indeed state practice across the world, right up to papers. I'd like to thank all the contributors into the program, and I'd also like to thank all the participants for some of the wonderful questions. I've just picked out 3 questions.
Am I audible? I think I lost my connection.
Yes, Sindhura. Okay, can you move to your conclusions and then
Yes,
we'll go to...
I was at the conclusion actually. I'm so sorry. I lost connection.
Okay, yeah, please, the conclusions.
Yeah. Yes. So at the conclusion, the other issue that we have in addition to the policy is how to resolve the tussle between CBDRRC, no more favorable treatment, and non-discrimination. When you have regional market-based measures being applied, such as the European Union's emission trading system, and how does it apply to developing countries who have to now advance their requirements in a particular region? So this would apply from EU ports and also from voyages from non-EU ports. So that is also something that needs to be resolved. And with the growing requirements to meet net zero by 2050 in the shipping industry, while India's commitment is to meet net zero by 2070, how will the stakeholders make such an investment 20 years in advance only in the shipping industry? How will they deal with separate fuel selections between general industries and shipping industries? And how will they be ensured that the competency is not affected against international competitors, especially when they get investment rates which are very high from the local banks? Will they have adequate payback time? Will the ships end up being scrapped earlier than the ages? How will they be productive? And how will it impact voyage charters, where the ship owners have to reach the ports in due time if they reduce the capacity? And will the developing countries have the technology and the capacity to retrofit clean technologies? And for this purpose, we need to use available financial support systems adequately. And for that, we need an active public-private partnership. And with these considerations, I will leave this meeting. Thank you so much.
Listen, thank you very, very much, Sindhura. And we passed on our congratulations to you. It's a really timely and a tremendous paper on decarbonization of shipping, which goes very much to the mission of our parent International Maritime Organization. And of course, the quality of your presentation speaks volumes to the wonderful work that's been done by Emily. And of course, we bask in the reflected glory of your brilliance. And okay, I'd like to open the session to some wonderful questions. And the hosts of the conference have allowed us an extra 10 minutes this morning because we have four panelists are in this particular session. I've picked out three questions, three questions to ask the first three speakers. Those that wish to pose some questions to Sindura, please do so now. And if we don't ask your question, we will ask the panelists to reply by email. So I would, those that don't get a reply to a particular question, please send your question to the hosts and you'll get an individual reply from the panelists. So I'd like to turn to Professor Nishimoto in relation to the first question. And it relates to whether you can comment on the BBNJ implications for the relationship between the two regimes, that is to say the high seas regime and the extended continental shelf regime, with regards to coastal states' discretion to withhold consent for marine scientific research under Article 246, paragraph 6 of the Convention. And that addresses a key issue on the issue of interpretation of those two regimes. So perhaps would you like to answer that particular question, Kentaro, please?
Thank you very much for this very important question. And so as I understand, the focus of the question is on the discretion to withhold consent, which fall under Article 246, paragraph 6. And that provision, of course, provides that coastal states may not withhold consent, which would otherwise be available under Article 246, paragraph 5. When the area in question is the continental shelf beyond 200 nautical miles. And so if the focus is on the discretion, I don't see anything in the BBNJ agreements that would affect the right of coastal states to withhold or not withhold consent for that part of the continental shelf. But there is an exception, of course, in Article 146, paragraph 6, that the coastal states can designate certain areas in which they intend to conduct exploration or exploitation activities. And for that area, the general rule under Article 246, paragraph 6 would not apply. And perhaps if we start thinking about the designation of area-based management tools in the super-adjacent waters of the continental shelf, there could be inconsistencies where the coastal state designates exploration or exploitation areas for a particular area of the continental shelf. And if there is a movement to establish a protected area that may overlap with that kind of area. So that would lead to a very much inconsistent management of the ecosystem in that area. So I think there is a question whether that kind of a situation would be covered, for example, by the concept of having due regard to the coastal states' rights and interests under Article 15, paragraph 4 of the draft treaty text, if it stays there. So I think there is that kind of a question in regards to the particular article. So I think that would be my answer for now. Maybe I'm missing something with regards to the issue, but yes, that would be my answer for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kentaro. A very finely balanced answer, and I would urge Luciano, who's posed that question, to reach out to you directly and perhaps to discuss this issue. I'd like now to turn to Professor Pazlukova, which in relation to the second question which we have this morning, which relates to how should we go about monitoring space debris. Should it be by remote sensing or perhaps maybe self-reporting or other mechanisms? I'm not aware or not familiar with the monitoring requirements under the Space Liability Convention or the application of that convention to areas beyond national jurisdiction. So perhaps you could comment on this, please. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for this actually quite insightful question. Well, when it comes to actually how the monitoring of space debris in the oceans is done, at least I know that the orbiting of larger spacecraft is quite transparent, and normally interstate space agencies would know. In European Space Agency, for example, is always informed about that. And when it comes to this jettisoning of space waste from launches of satellites and other space objects, it is normally done by the state launching state itself, and if it falls within exclusive economic zone of another state, then this launching state informs that coastal state. But I agree. I think that is the point that instead of focusing on the responsibilities, the emphasis should be on the bottom-up approaches. I think I agree with that. As I said, to the best of my knowledge, we're quite early on this issue, but it seems that that approach would make sense. And of course, as a lawyer, it hurts not to focus on responsibilities. I think states should know their responsibilities. But yeah, I think that for the practical reasons and also how space law has worked recently, voluntary approaches, like pragmatic approaches established by states and private actors would make more sense. And I don't know if I should comment on the liability convention. If I have time, I can just do it very briefly, Ronan.
Please.
Yes, because the problem with the liability convention is that it applies to accidents when something goes wrong and there is damage, and it could be environmental damage, but it is not clear whether pure environmental damage is included in the liability. And normally, as Cosmos accident illustrated, it's the states, finding solution through diplomatic channels. I think the accidental pollution is perhaps less common. Fortunately, it is less common in practice than this kind of operational pollution from launches and from the orbiting. And this kind of operational pollution, by comparison to shipping, is more difficult to. It's not addressed in liability convention. So in a way, there is this gap existing in the framework at the international level at the moment. And yes, ABNG is a liability convention is it's a problem. I think that because pure environmental damage and damage to biodiversity does not seem to be included in liability convention, I think we have a gap there when it comes to.
Absolutely. I've actually written in this about the importance of having a liability regime under the BBNJ agreements, because the principle is the polluter should pay. But without a liability regime which is specific to conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity, this is not apparent as to how you can achieve particular remedies without a substantive regime. And this is something we've worked on here in the Institute. And of course, we will be very pleased to share papers on that. Okay, I'd like to turn to Dr. Olsa, and it's a question from my distinguished colleague here, Professor Clive Schofield at the Institute, and where it's a difficult question, may I add, where he's highlighted the proliferation of large-scale MPAs, and but you mentioned in your address that they were in some instances in the wrong place, and he asks, I suppose, a very contentious question: are these MPA designations driven by a desire to underpin claims to sovereignty over remote island possessions, as opposed to ocean conservation? So, Dr. Ota, please.
I wasn't really speaking about that, and perhaps I should really turn that question to somebody else. I believe Clive is talking about some sort of like a small island with almost no island but rock in potentially near Japan, but one of those ideas. But I was speaking more about the two things. One, scientifically, some of those large marine protected areas are not the best tool to address the objective which they are actually saying they are addressing, such as protecting biodiversity or habitat or fishery management. It's much easier and potentially cheaper and more effective to put more on the fishery management tool rather than actually putting these large scale marine protected area. So that's what I meant by the wrong place. And then also, as I said, neocolonial, the many large scale marine protected area overseas territory of ex-colonizing countries, Czech is the same, and a few others, and then that have been seen and pointed from the social scientists is kind of like a, ocean grabbing action without really addressing the sovereignty of the people actually living there or not living there. So those what I meant as in potentially a wrong place. And for the question of Clive, maybe we can just talk further, and then I might have to look at it a little bit more.
Yeah, listen, thank you very much. And
No, thank you.
it's just wonderful to have our Japanese colleagues, particularly on the social sciences and the great work that's been done by your network. Look, I'd like to give the last question to Sindura, and it's a very important question which is being posed by Carlos in relation to decarbonisation of shipping and the role of financial institutions. And this was a big topic which was discussed at the Ocean Summit in France in Brest some weeks back. And so maybe if you have some news from India in relation to the role of financial institutions, and of course we would ask you to reach out to Carlos with a more specific answer. Please, Sindura. You're muted.
I'm so sorry. So thank you for the question. I think I did speak about something called the Poseidon principles, which the lending institutions have come up with to align with the IMO goals, especially to ensure that the climate portfolios and ship finance are not going against what is to be achieved. And especially because the shipping industry has to meet these things, which are capital intensive again. So that is a private sector decision to do that. While as what administrations do is they just put the requirement, they don't know, they are like, we don't care how you achieve, but you have to achieve this. And so that's what happens on the end of the administrations. And also most of these banks, they fall within the regulations of the land territory of the particular nationality, right? So so what happens is India, under the Maritime India Vision, is doing something called the public-private partnership, including models for land, green shipping, and everything. So in that, they are developing something called maritime clusters, where they are actually encouraging land-based institutions, which can be banks, which can be lawyers, and a lot of stakeholders to come together. And a lot of these knowledge clusters and maritime clusters are also inspired by the European models. I think they are followed in a lot of European countries. So that's one of the initiatives to be put into picture by 2030. But the work is still ongoing. And I think implementation you'll only see when it happens. So.
Yeah, listen, absolutely, it's all about implementation. I think that was one of the big themes that came out of yesterday's sessions. It's also very evident, right, that the codification and the development of international law is not yet complete in relation to the decarbonisation of shipping. And indeed, I think that was very evident from Dr. Ota's presentation, is the scope of international law tends to be quite narrow. I think it goes directly to Professor Poznakova's really incisive paper in relation to space debris. Although the negotiators of the convention were aware of the threat of space debris, it's an area where we have convergence of legal regimes, and of course there will have to be a future regulatory development, and it goes directly to the issue of liability. in the context of the BBNJ agreement, and that takes us directly back to Professor Nishimoto's wonderful presentation in relation to the continental shelf, and shall we say, the interactions between the regulatory regime, which applies to areas within national jurisdiction, particularly the due regard provisions, which maintains a very fine balance under the Law of the Sea Convention. And of course, this is in a context very much subject dependent and an issue for interpretation. And of course, we would hope that the convention language is reflected in the agreement for BBNJ that's going to be concluded perhaps later this year at IGC 5 or perhaps early next year. Look, without further ado, I would see the moderator, my esteemed colleague, Dr. Aspasia Pastra, is online there to take over the session today and to introduce her new panel. I would like to thank all of our participants, and I would urge those of you that have posted questions that have not been answered to reach out to the organizers of the conference and to post the questions to us individually on a one-to-one basis, and we will come back to you. Look, on behalf of the panelists and on behalf of myself, a very happy St. Patrick's Day, and thank you to everybody across the world that has joined us this morning, this afternoon, and this evening. It's a very important community, the oceans community, and of course, I'm very happy to sign off here in Sweden and to hand the microphone over to our hosts to introduce the next panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Long.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, our moderator, Professor
Cynthia.
Roland Long, and the speakers. So I hope everyone enjoyed the previous session. Our next session is entitled The COVID-19 Pandemic Through the Lens of UNCLOS. Vima is very pleased to present our second moderator, Dr. Aspasia Pastra from the World Maritime University, Sasakawa Global Ocean Institute. Dr. Aspasia Pastra is a postdoc fellow and maritime policy analyst at the WMU Sasakawa Global Ocean Institute in Sweden. She has been involved in a number of regulatory development projects, and her key research interests include ocean governance and technology, environmental management, and international law. She has also participated in the Marine Environment Protection Committee and Maritime Safety Committee of the IMO as a member of the Greek delegation. Dr. Aspasia Pastra, the screen is now yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with great pleasure, I wish to extend a warm welcome to all participants, speakers, and moderators in the fifth session of the conference. Today, I have the honor to moderate the session, which is about the COVID pandemic through the lens of UNCLOS. During the last 2 years, the world has experienced some extraordinary challenges to international global order, and the law of the sea hasn't been immune to these challenges. COVID affected the ocean and shipping sector substantially. For a short period, the impacts of COVID had some positive effects on the health of the ocean due to the reduction in various sectoral pressures that lead to pollution, overfishing, and invasive species introductions. While the ocean enjoyed some near-term benefits, the livelihoods and food security of hundreds of millions of people working in the ocean economy sectors were seriously affected. In addition, we noticed a substantial increase in our oceans of single-use plastic and disposable items. COVID had also a dramatic effect on international shipping, as there was a drop in ocean traffic density in the exclusive economic zones. Seafarers all around the world were trapped on ships as routing cruise changes couldn't be carried out due to related travel restrictions. Notable challenges existed also for coastal states when giving access to their harbors, ports, and associated waterways. Besides, the service and inspection of vessels couldn't be performed timely to ensure their seaworthiness. With this brief introduction about the pandemic challenges, I welcome the three distinguished scholars who are with us here today with very exciting topics. Similar to the previous session, we'll have 15 to 20 minutes of presentation from our session speakers, followed by approximately 30 minutes of questions and answers. First off, we have Dr. Tafsir Johansson, who is joining us from Sweden. Dr. Johansson has been appointed as a research associate officer at the World Maritime University Sasakawa Global Ocean Institute here in Malmö, Sweden. In the past, Dr. Johansson has worked out and led Government of Canada-funded regulatory projects on behalf of the university. Today, Dr. Johansson is a co-principal investigation of the European Union Horizon 2020 project, where he is responsible for developing a techno-regulatory blueprint on remote technology with his research team. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Johansson to kickstart the session as the first speaker. Dr. Johansson, the floor is yours.
Dr. Pastor, thank you so much for the kind introduction. Allow me to share my screen. At the outset, I would like to start with a warm note of thank you to the organizers and the participants of the 45th Annual Conference on Oceans Law and Policy with UNCLOS at 40 in focus. The content of my presentation is aimed at providing a synoptic insight into the law of the sea and its dynamic nexus with classification society, techno-regulatory regime. And through this content, I wish to shed light on findings from the European Union Horizon 2020 project, Bug Right 2. Ladies and gentlemen, it is under this very project we have examined the gray areas of international rules and requirements, those that guide the deployment of technologies with emerging applications. It can be said green robotic technologies are being integrated into tasks that have been manual driven since the birth of modern ocean-going vessel. But as we are aware, COVID-19 has forced recognized organizations to explore the remote option. In other words, human presence for the conduct of onboard survey and inspection has entered a new crossroads in this era of the fourth industrial revolution. But as always, the law of the sea at 40 still remains at the heart of all discussions, discussions that pertain to the deployment and usage of technologies for vessel survey and maintenance. Articles 94, 194, 197, and 211 places an obligation on member states as deemed fit to ensure all measures are in place. Safety at sea with regard to construction, equipment, and seaworthy ship, and joint environmental protection efforts are matters for consideration. And this consideration should be subject to a harmonized approach in scope and ambit, a challenging task that the law of the sea has left in the enabling hands of member states, and one that could be achieved through cooperation through the International Maritime Organization. In the maintenance regime, the RO code serves as an instrument containing minimum criteria against which organizations are assessed towards recognition. More importantly, under the current context, the RO code allows organizations to publish rules and requirements for design, construction, and certification, as mentioned in 2.2 of the RO code. Currently, classification societies as IMO ROs continue to play both public and private roles. In the private capacity, they facilitate survey and inspection tasks, and they do so by making sure certificates are issued following successful survey and inspection. And here we note that statutory and classification surveys, they follow the statutory and class rules and requirements. These lead to the issuance of statutory and classification certificates respectively. And those certificates, ladies and gentlemen, are in fact ticket to international voyages. Noteworthy in this context is the work of International Association of Classification Societies, a prominent group composed of the Big 12. 26 documents have been issued under the label of Unified Requirement Z family of requirements. They mirror the tenets of safety at sea and environmental protection. And this is where we observe how UNCLOS has, by rule of reference, created a gateway to synergistic integration, if I may, with rules and requirements that are relevant to maritime and safety environment. So we ask the question, what is the problem? And the problem is currently twofold. The first one is more of a global recognition. There are many key sub-factors which affect hull performance, and evidence-based research tells us that hull fouling or biofouling contributes substantially to increased emissions and are viewed as a global shipping phenomena, and this falls on the environmental side. And then we have the safety aspect, which covers the human element, and the safety issue has surfaced during the pandemic because the current system is a system that calls for physical presence. Why? Because before the advent of technology, the system has been led by the human element as far as international rules are concerned. In general, the paradigm shift from human presence to human robotic interaction is well documented in a plethora of online publications. And when you compile those online publications, we observe a pattern. So where there is reference to technology, if you look at the right column to the right, you will see that there is reference to remote inspection technologies, which comprises the robots. And then there is remote to remote survey at the bottom, which is the survey itself that is conducted at a distance from the vessel. So in short, from 2017 onwards, technology has received positive reviews from major classification societies, maritime administrations, industry, as well as the European Commission. And what is more interesting is the manner in which stakeholders carve out the positive implications and attributes of technology during force majeure. Again, this is where we observe the same pattern. Stakeholders maintain the dichotomy between the devices aptly referred to as remote inspection techniques and the survey that is conducted remotely. And these publications have in fact invoked a number of questions. And the first one being, what are the predominant types of remote inspection techniques that are being integrated into the work of the human element? And patently, there are three popular inspection technologies or techniques. We have drones, magnetic crawlers, and remotely operated vehicles that go underwater. And these technologies are capable of navigating within its own designated environment, air, still, and underwater. What is also understood is that the deployment of these technologies is consistent with IMO strategic direction 1, that aims at effective, efficient, and consistent implementation and enforcement of IMO instruments, III, and with strategic direction 2, which aims to strive towards a legal framework that accommodates new and advancing technologies. While the nexus is concrete, we ask the question to confirm compatibility with law of the sea. So in other words, what is the legal status of service robotics? And to answer this question, to answer this question, we again revisit the law of the sea and rely on part 13 that regulates marine scientific research related activities. And ladies and gentlemen, questions have been raised in the past by policy analysts as to whether the legal status of gliders and floaters constitutes operational oceanography. Those are also robotics that gather complex data sets. Fortunately, however, the equipment used in vessel inspection and maintenance, while arguably within the ambit of marine scientific research, are generally deployed only when the vessel to be inspected and cleaned remains berthed, anchored, or dry docked within internal waters, thereby avoiding contentious legal questions. And of course, to go back a little bit and to summarize, I have to start by saying that we rely on statistics that shows that about 100,000 commercial vessels between the age range of 0 and 25 comprise the global maritime fleet, and main types include bulk carriers, whereby bulk trade shipment is on the rise, which means we have an obligation to deal with increased emissions while maintaining safety of surveyors during pandemic, an issue that was raised during COVID-19. And the tools used to protect the asset and the environment cannot be clearer: inspection, examination, repairs, damage repairs. In other words, the tools that are internationally recognized are in fact survey and maintenance with some form of reference to cleaning. But then the question is, what are the harmonized procedures, if any, for statutory and class surveys? So when the focus is on tools, we find that a lot of work has gone into harmonizing the survey and certification systems. We have the 2019 Harmonized System of Survey and Certification that stipulates a lot of invaluable criteria in relation to statutory surveys. For bulk carriers and oil tankers, we have the 2011 Enhanced Survey Program, and the code provides detailed insights on matters governing processes concerning thickness measurement and close-up surveys. And then we have good old 2011 guidelines that concentrates on biofouling. And here one will come across cleaning and maintenance with a special focus on in-water inspection that could be conducted via divers or remotely operated vehicles. But here is when things start to get a little bit interesting when we ask the question, what are the state-of-the-art procedural rules and requirements on remote inspection techniques? And that was the techno-regulatory part of my presentation. So, and also given the techno-regulatory nature of this question, we turn to the work of the International Organization for Standardization, better known by its acronym ISO. However, the 343 standards published by Technical Committee ISO TC8 are very technical in nature and only exposes us to a lot of noteworthy definitions and vocabularies, as well as some technical standards. For regulatory insights on procedural requirements, we shift our focus to IX common requirements that regulate more than 90% of the world's cargo carrying tonnage. And regardless of the differences in mandate and organizational output, we observe that IX standards revolve around the same spirit of ISO as they seek for better quality management, taking into consideration the theory of dynamic governance. And this dynamic governance is comprised of three important elements: actors, mechanisms, and tools. But when we segue into the discussion on RIT, the appropriate rule that applies is IX Unified Requirement Z17. There are currently a number of building blocks that comprise the procedural requirements, a lot of important provisions for consideration that kind of note the do's and don'ts in relation to actors, mechanisms, and tools under dynamic governance. I'm not going to go through all of them. What I will do is move forward with two building blocks that are most relevant to the topic at hand. The first one is firms carrying out in-water survey with a focus on ROVs, remotely operated vehicles that are the submersibles. And the second one is firms engaged in survey using remote inspection techniques that goes beyond the submersibles and includes a wide array of technologies. And for the former, we gain insight on three distinct elements: the human element, the reporting system, and procedures and guidelines. I've highlighted the human element in yellow, which means the ROVs that's used for underwater survey cannot function without human intervention. Tethered or untethered, they are not autonomous, far from it. In other words, the ROV regime, you can call that human-centric, and that is the key takeaway when we deploy the theory of dynamic governance in URZ17, because to operate ROVs, you need qualified supervisors and operators, and you need to train personnel, and those are a part of the procedural requirements. And for the latter block, it is observed that the human element part is the same, except that the training of personnel is devised slightly differently, given that the scope covers more than just ROVs. Here, we also have the verification clause where the supplier is under an obligation to have surveyors' verification of each separate job documented in the report. And this leads us to the same deduction. The RIT regime is human-centric in the common minimum standards produced by IX. And these common minimum standards are integrated well into the rules and requirements of major classification societies. Here I've highlighted the titles. So in other words, rules and requirements for usage of remote inspection techniques seem to have a broad regional application, whether it is Asia, Europe, or North America. And this is in fact a big tick mark in terms of compliance with existing common requirements. And this is where I believe the story should end. Fortunately or unfortunately, that is not the case, because further close examination of selected individual classification society rules, if they reveal that a lot of work has gone into them, a lot of schemes have been developed, and these standards certainly move beyond the IX common minimum standards. When you observe the first column, you may see there are quite a number of unique provisions, such as provisions on management of change for evaluating potential impacts on proposed changes. Then you have safety management system, third-party liability, reporting and data storage, and post-operation data review and data processing. However, when you amalgamate all of these and you look at it from an amalgamated prism, that is when things start to become, apparently they become a little uneven. On the top, you have the common minimum standards in green, and at the bottom in blue, you have the unique provisions. Those are the additional provisions developed by respective societies. Now we are talking about vessels that are built pursuant to class recommendations, which means that all structures must revolve around the same class rules. But when it comes to survey and maintenance, we view a landscape that is somewhat less harmonized. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is my opinion. The state of the art is in a state of discord, especially from a horizontal perspective. In October last year, the Maritime Safety Committee considered a number of documents submitted by member states in response to the invitation to submit a new output proposal on common international guidance on remote surveys during COVID-19. And we acknowledge that the submissions are for new outputs on safety matters in relation to surveys that are conducted without the physical presence on board ships. On this slide, I have kept the title of the submission from the Republic of Korea in highlight, because if you read through the text of the submission, you will see that a number of thorny issues have been identified. So, and the major one is there is no clear definition on remote survey. And under the current definition of remote inspection techniques, you will need the presence of a surveyor on board. And this very statement has kind of opened up the can of worms. I'm not going to go through each and every one of those issues that have been identified by member states, but what I will do is provide you with a cursory overview of ways forward that comprise the regulatory blueprint that my research team at the Global Ocean Institute has developed diligently over the last 2 years. So at the outset, we need to establish a foundation, and that is based on need assessment and cost-benefit analysis for each and every type of survey. Today, RIT is applied in annual surveys, and then the question is whether it can be extended to enhanced survey program, which would mean an amendment to the code itself, considering the definition of RIT and places where it should include RIT. And then the next one is template definitions. And as mentioned earlier, ISO TC8 has in place basic template definitions, but then using RIT means a changed understanding of close-up survey, because through RIT, or remote inspection techniques, you can only get a sensorial experience as opposed to manual survey, where you have physical inspection very close up to the areas or structures. And in this process, there is also a need to revisit the individual RIT because of the types and varieties being introduced by manufacturers. Again, the objective here is harmonization of technology before regulatory harmonization. Next, as indicated in the Korean submission, the two concepts, RIT and remote survey, needs to be properly distinguished and cannot be used interchangeably. So RIT is the technology used on-site or off-site, and remote survey is the survey conducted remotely only off-site. And after separating the two concepts, when we focus on RIT, there is a need to consider operational and technical aspects. No two RIT functions in the same environment. The risks that they pose are also different, even if they reside under this overarching term RIT. Model risk assessments exist in the guidelines developed by American Bureau of Shipping, China Classification Society, and a few other classification societies that were in profile in our study, which we believe is worth considering without duplicating international efforts. And in this context, it might also be worth the while revisiting the degree of autonomy, similar to what has been done for MAS, maintaining the dichotomy between vessels and robots. A very important observation here is that the third degree of MAS, when applied to green robotics, is actually a reference to what we call remote survey, and this might be of use in the process of developing standards, considering the varieties and the various degrees as they reach towards full autonomy in the future. Next, we have issues concerning data management and security. Questions remain unanswered. So we have questions such as, who is responsible for data and image preservation? Is it the ship owner or service supplier? And these are currently governed by contractual agreements, which needs to be streamlined through international guidance. How long should data be preserved? Until the expiry of the certification in question, or should there be another option? And what protection should be offered to ship owners in case contract stipulations by service suppliers are violated in terms of data protection? This to date remains a big question that needs to be addressed. And next, we have matters pertaining to safety and liability, which requires a consideration of the precautionary principle and a careful consideration of which pathway should be opted for, either risk management or fault-centered liability. Environmental considerations are also important at the same time. This is where we feel that BIMCO has done an excellent job in developing industry standards for in-water cleaning using ROV, because the current IX rules and requirements do not take cleaning into consideration. Rather, the focus is on maintenance. ROV deployed today are capable of doing both maintain and clean. And as we entertain the question on remote survey, finally, we are cognizant that survey cannot be completely stripped off human intervention. That was one of the deductions reached earlier through dynamic governance. And those areas need to be identified well in advance before any international guidelines is produced on the subject matter. Regulatory sandbox just may well be the best way forward to establish proof of concept. And this will also have a positive implication on the risk assessment framework for determining the feasibility of remote surveys. Finally, after addressing all of these questions above, that we have identified, the next step would be to sort out the common minimum standards for remote survey and audit for statutory surveys. Now, whether or not this should be done by streamlining the HSSC with IX-RIT rules and requirements is a matter to be decided jointly. Regardless of the approach taken, what needs to be ensured is technical and data robustness with clearly allocated roles and responsibilities, outlining the scope and application of remote statutory audit, verification, and inspection that is altogether safeguarded against cyber threats. So, ladies and gentlemen, 5 strands of influence, 8 blocks are considerations that could just well lead us to a harmonized methodology as requested by the member states. A few remarks before I conclude. So the law of the sea has an architecture that could adapt to emerging technologies and still remains a unique instrument at 40 designed to function across a variety of sectors. And the paradigm shift of using RIT couldn't come at a better time. The pandemic, where human interaction was restricted, has certainly given the industry a reason to look into alternative measures. That being said, the system is still not fully autonomous and remains human-centric, and that is what the theory of dynamic governance tells us. Therefore, consultation with the human element is in good order, and the uneven areas need to be evened out, and that is what is currently missing, coordination among the triple helix. And in doing so, we must remember to stress to identify the profound differences that differentiate specific classes of technology one from the other, because dissimilar technologies, even though they have similar traits, might give rise to different issues. We are not looking at a new layer of regulation, or at least I don't perceive that from where I stand, because the last thing the industry needs is another set of complex regulations. The best way forward for us could be potentially to consider what already exists, carve out a guideline using the existing unique provisions, and unleash the full potential of what already exists. UNCLOS at 40 has certainly given us that thread. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Johansson, for the insightful presentation for the techno-regulation governance and the remote survey of vessels. It's true that during pandemics, some various encounter serious challenges with the statutory inspection of vessels. Drones, remote operating vessels, and magnetic rollers show us the way for a new efficient way for inspecting vessels. We have some questions, but I will leave them for the Q&A session. Here as a second speaker, it is an honor to welcome Dr. Plateau from the Scandinavian Institute of Maritime Law. She is a legal expert in EU and international law, specialized in environmental law, ocean law, and ecosystem-based governance. She has been employed at the University of Oslo, Faculty of Law since 2007, and at the Norwegian Institute for Water Research since 2015. Her research interest is the legal analysis of law and policies to identify gaps, overlaps, and inconsistencies, and to suggest the changes necessary to improve the effectiveness, harmonization, and coherence of legal frameworks at the international, EU, and national level alike for a better protection of the environment. Dr. Plateau, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Aspasia, and thanks for having me. Congratulations to all the organizers for this excellent conference. I'm going to talk about the environmental rule of law, what it is, and how it could be threatened by unexpected situations. And sometimes it's a new disease, as with the pandemic, and sometimes it's a new species. So I'm going to use the example of the snow crab management in the Norwegian Arctic to demonstrate that it's not always easy to maintain a strong environmental rule of law, particularly when there are very diverging interests and concerns at stake. So in general, the environmental rule of law refers to the effectiveness and the strength of laws and policies and their implementation to protect the environment, to protect nature and the ecosystems, and in this case, to protect oceans and seas. Law is generally a very powerful tool to do that, and we see that the stronger and the more effective the law, the bigger impact it has to protect the oceans. It also should abide to a number of general rule of law values. So law and its implementation should be transparent, it should be clear, it should be predictable, it should be legitimate, it should be coherent, and it should be possible to hold people accountable for their actions or their inactions. So the legal frameworks in general should contain provisions on compliance, enforcement, and perhaps even liability. The environmental rule of law has been the topic of a conference that Professor Posnakova, who spoke in the previous session, and I organized in 2019 in Oslo. And it's also the topic of our edited book that will be published by Cambridge this year. And the book presents global, regional, national approaches to environmental rule of law for oceans, with examples from different regions of the world, from different sectors, and from different environmental pressures. In this book, all the authors, they provide future-oriented and solution-oriented perspectives on how law should evolve, what changes are needed to protect the oceans and the seas better, and they all propose solutions. In today's talk, I will focus on a topic that has not been included in the book, and that's it has an important environmental rule of law perspective all over it, but it hasn't been included because we are still at the let's say the problem identification phase. There are no clear legal solutions for this issue yet. So that's why it's not in the book, but it fits perfectly for today's conference. So snow crabs. It's quite interesting to see how one species can create so many questions and complexities. It doesn't only raise legal issues, it also involves geopolitical questions, economic questions, and ecosystem-based questions. Snow crabs, they are benthic organisms that have been spreading westwards in the Barents Sea. And they have raised rapidly in number, also in the area near Svalbard, which is the area above Norway. Svalbard is an archipelago that belongs to Norway. It is not entirely sure how the snow crabs ended up in Norwegian waters, if they are naturally invasive species, or if they instead are intentionally introduced in the Barents Sea through ballast water from shipping. So if they are not naturally, the Convention on Biological Diversity requires states to take remedial actions to prevent the spreading of these species. And such remedial actions could include the harvesting and the fishing of snow crabs. And I just mentioned this now so you can keep it in mind, because whether they are invasive or imported, they have major consequences on the kind of legal approach and the management approach that we would like to choose. The truth is that we might never know whether they're actually invasive or important. So that's an unresolved question. But irrespective of that, the introduction of the snow crabs in the Barents Sea has major consequences and impacts on ecosystem functioning. So the snow crabs, they're predators of other organisms, and they change the food chain in the ecosystem. It is also expected that climate change and warmer waters will further affect spreading of the snow crabs. In general, though, there's quite a lot of scientific uncertainty around the specific effects of large number of snow crabs on this particular ecosystem. So for that reason, any kind of management needs to be ecosystem-based, and it needs to be adaptive. Now, the snow crab is not only an invasive species with a certain impact on the ecosystem, it is also a resource of high economic and commercial value. So in the very early stages, it has been described as the new Arctic gold, so important and so valuable that they regard this commercial resource. Because of this economic and commercial interest in the resource, the Norwegian fishermen started catching snow crab to a considerable extent from 2013. At the same time, there were also foreign fishermen that were quite interested in this new resource, and they were hungry for fishing snow crabs too. In 2050, then Norway introduced a ban to snow crab fisheries, arguing that we need to wait for more research on this species and their effects on the ecosystem, including the effects of fishing them. At the same time, though, while Norway introduced this ban, they provided several licenses to Norwegian fishermen. The EU argued that this is in violation of international law, and in the next slide I will explain why, but the EU provided licenses to 5 member states of the European Union, so 5 other European countries in 2017, including Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, Poland, and Spain. And when a Latvian vessel entered Norwegian waters near Svalbard shortly after, the Norwegian Coast Guard arrested the vessel. So the legal problem here is that Norway and the EU, the European Union, and some European countries, they clearly disagree about the legal base that applies to this situation. The starting point is Article 77 from UNCLOS about sedentary species on the continental shelf. And sedentary species, as you probably know, they are species that are unable to move except in constant physical contact with the seabed or its subsoil. Now, snow crabs, they do not swim, but they do only marsh on the seabed. So Norway argues that it has exclusive rights over these resources on its continental shelf. The problem is that in addition to UNCLOS, there is this Svalbard Treaty, which is a very old treaty from 1920, which came to light long before UNCLOS and long before the zoning system of UNCLOS was introduced. So this treaty, it infers sovereignty to Norway, so Svalbard belongs legally to Norway, but the treaty has over 40 parties. And this treaty, it provides rights to all these states in the form of free access and rights of economic activities, including fishing. So this basically means that Norway cannot discriminate between Norwegian and foreign fishermen, and all should have equal access to resources. Now, the disagreement is about the geographical scope of this treaty from 1920. The EU and other states, they argue that we should apply a dynamic interpretation of this Svalbard Treaty, taking into account the different maritime zones introduced by UNCLOS, and they argue that these principles related to equal access also apply to Svalbard's continental shelf. So from their view, the special treatment of Norwegian fishermen is illegal and it's a violation of international law. While Norway argues that these principles of non-discrimination and equal access only apply to the territorial sea of Svalbard and not to the continental shelf, because they strictly follow the wording of the Svalbard Treaty, which explicitly and only mentions the territorial sea. Now, this disagreement has not been resolved. And the fact that the EU actually provided licenses to other European countries in 2017 for catching snow crabs on the continental shelf around Svalbard was quite controversial for Norway. But also the fact that Norway actually arrested a vessel that had entered the waters for snow crab fishing was upsetting the EU. Now, the big issue here, at least for Norway, is to ensure that no legal precedent will be set. Because the concern is that if foreign operators are allowed access to snow crabs now, they can also claim access to other sedentary resources in the future, following the same legal reasoning. And this might include oil and gas, seabed minerals, and perhaps some marine genetic resources. So this is a big thing to avoid. And if Norway would agree to the EU's line of reasoning and provide access to snow crabs to foreign operators, a legal precedent might be set, and it will probably be used by other states. So back to the question of how we could actually protect marine ecosystems. Reality is often very complex, and it's full of different interests, different concerns, and sometimes unexpected situations that we somehow need to resolve. And the example of the snow crabs put light on several paradoxes that we face. Firstly, we want to and we have to apply precautionary, ecosystem-based and adaptive approaches to our oceans and seas, but we also want to secure our national and geopolitical interests. So following an ecosystem-based and adaptive approach, perhaps we should not restrict fishing snow crabs at all. Perhaps we should facilitate fishing as much as possible until we really know what kind of effect this new species has on the ecosystem functioning in this area. So from an ecological point of view, restricting fisheries now and thereby allowing further spreading might be undesirable. But then how to balance that with enjoying the national, economic and commercial benefits of catching snow crabs? How to balance the economic benefit with the ecosystem functioning, especially in the face of major uncertainties? Secondly, creeping jurisdictions not allowed, but sometimes we do need jurisdiction over bigger areas in order to implement ecosystem-based governance approaches. Thirdly, legal values such as predictability and legal coherence over time is desirable and is aimed for, both by Norway and the EU and other countries, but sometimes it's at odds with the need for adaptive management and the need to change or adjust our management approach in light of new scientific information. And also a final paradox to mention here is the fact that whether this is an invasive species or imported has major legal consequences, particularly for the kind of management approach that we should choose. But we have to live with this uncertainty of not really knowing. So we are in some kind of gray area in terms of legal obligations. So the concluding question, is the environmental law, rule of law under threat? And what is the best way forward? How to safeguard ecosystem functioning in case of scientific uncertainties, pressing economic and commercial interests, geopolitical interests, legal conflicts, and so forth. Just as in the case of COVID, we need to be able to respond quickly and appropriately, even though we do not have sufficient information. And is law a suitable tool to ensure protection of ecosystem functioning in such situations? I think we can conclude that environmental law for the protection of oceans should probably be even stronger. It should be clearer, it should be more effective to be able to ensure the protection and ecosystem-based governance is legally required, even in the face of highly important other issues. So we need to further develop legal tools to be able to deal with these kind of situations, to be able to ensure ecosystem protection, also in the face of highly important geopolitical and economic interests. Thank you very much.
Dr. Pratuk, thank you for the excellent contribution to this session. It's amazing how legal and geopolitical issues snow crab can raise. There are no clear solutions for this issue yet, and the European Commission has recognized that there are risks of spillover effects beyond fisheries arising from the snow crab dispute, and these effects refer to non-biological resources of the soil and suboil. Ladies and gentlemen, now I feel elated to introduce our third and final speaker to everyone, who is Professor Richard Barnes from the University of Lincoln and an adjunct professor of law at the Norwegian Center for the Law of the Sea, the University of Tromsø. Professor Barnes has contributed extensively on a wide area of topics, including high seas governance, fisheries management, and marine environmental protection. As a leader of research impact, Professor Barnes is an inspiration to researchers and scholars around the globe. He has advised a range of public and private bodies, including the WWF, the European Parliament, and the UK Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, and appeared on numerous occasions before parliamentary committees to provide expert evidence on fisheries law. He regularly gives lectures and talks at institutions around the world. Professor Barnes, the floor is yours.
Okay, Dr. Pasra, thank you for your very, very kind remarks. And let me begin by also thanking the hosts and sponsors of this fantastic event. It's been a real pleasure and honor to be a part of the proceedings. Okay, so my talk is more directly on the global pandemic and its impact on the law of the sea. And it's interesting, I suppose, that I'm talking in a panel about the law of the sea through the lens of, the pandemic through the lens of the law of the sea, when I think my paper is going to be perhaps a little bit critical of how the law of the sea has kind of enabled, or rather not really enabled, an appropriate response to the pandemic. So let me just give a quick overview of my presentation. I'd like to begin by just saying something about the COVID pandemic and its kind of impact on society and maritime communities more specifically, and then briefly to look at a couple of case studies which illustrate the problems which have arisen in practice. But what I would like then to do is to try and resituate our approach to the pandemic and how we approach it from a law of the sea perspective in the context of something called global solidarity, which is very much being used to frame the kind of issues and debates around COVID, and to ask whether or not this can provide us with a different way of perhaps examining or implementing our obligations, or at least rethinking how we go about designing them. And then briefly to look at how actually the legal framework operates, and then to draw some conclusions from that. Just to provide a little bit of introduction though, as of the 16th of March, there have been a recorded 460,280,168 confirmed cases of COVID-19. And this includes 6,050,018 reported deaths, according to the World Health Organization. So in short, COVID has had a profound impact on life as we know it. The COVID pandemic has put seafarers around the world in a precarious situation. As at last July, which is the latest data I found here, it's estimated by the IMO that 250,000 seafarers were stranded on ships at the end of their contracts and unable to be repatriated due to COVID travel-related restrictions. And a similar number of seafarers have been stuck at home, unable to join ships and so provide for their families. So a profound impact on the maritime community. So the pandemic itself has given us good reason to reflect upon the role and function of law. The need to adopt urgent protective measures to stop the spread of the disease has raised important questions about the balance between individual freedoms and measures taken to protect the wider public good. It's also shown us that COVID is not something that can be addressed by states acting in isolation. Our dependence on global trade, movements of goods and people around the world mean that collective and coordinated measures are required to stop the spread of the disease, but also to kind of maintain life as we know it. The development of the vaccine through cooperative measures has meant that common approaches are required to determine access and distribution of the vaccine and other medical support. And in particular, this latter aspect of our response has revealed stark and to be quite honest, shameful disparities in the distribution of aid around the world. So that's the situation which we're faced with. Now, in the context of the law of the sea, there have only been a small number of papers which have examined the impact of COVID on shipping. There are excellent papers by Natalie Klein and a recent paper by Daewoo Jung and Bob Beckman, which look at this in more detail. And what these papers tend to focus on is mapping the legal framework and assessing how states and organizations have responded to the pandemic. And quite rightly, they strongly argue for greater attention to human rights and humanitarian considerations. And whilst I agree with the approach of these papers, I still think it's important to kind of question how we frame these issues more generally. Our response is being framed in part to the pandemic in terms of global responsibility, but global solidarity is not something which perhaps is widely understood. So let me quickly move on to talk about, well, before talking about that, just to show exactly how some of these kind of threats to seafarers have been manifest in practice. A couple of case studies, or 3 case studies here, which I think should be reasonably familiar to most in the audience. In February 2020, the Diamond Princess, a cruise liner carrying 700 more passengers, arrived at the port of Yokohama. This was near the outbreak beginning, and it was quarantined off the port of Yokohama for several weeks whilst it was decided whether or not passengers could be provided with medical aid and subsistence. And the problem being the tension between the kind of risk to spread the vectors of the disease whilst providing medical assistance and support to those on board wasn't something which was kind of laid out clearly in terms of the regulations and the guidance. And so we had this kind of standoff situation. In a second example, we've got the vessel, the Zaandam, which attracted particularly strong media attention. About 2,000 passengers and crew were on board this vessel, and it was rejected from entry into several South American ports, both before and after it was clear that there had been a COVID outbreak on board. So the fear of COVID itself stopping the vessels coming into port. The vessel, in fact, was actually prohibited initially from transiting the Panama Canal because of a fear of spread of the disease to people working on the canal itself. Now, eventually, the Zaandam and the Diamond Princess found ports of refuge, but the process of seeking this was fraught and unpredictable and placed particular burdens upon the crew and the passengers on board those vessels. Another example is the MS Westerdam, which was turned away from Taiwan, Guam, Philippines, and Japan, despite having no documented cases on board at the time. Now, eventually, this vessel was allowed to dock in Cambodia and the passengers were disembarked. And interestingly, this was described and praised by the World Health Organization as a show of international solidarity. And I think this statement provides a kind of useful nexus between questions about the pandemic, but also how we then respond to the treatment of seafarers and vessels under the law of the sea. So moving then just to say something about global solidarity. What's clear is that solidarity has been used to describe the international response to the COVID pandemic. For example, Michelle Bachelet, the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, described the situation and the response here in terms of the situation as one which no country can effectively combat this epidemic on its own. And she said that we need to act with solidarity, cooperation, and care. So stressing there that the word solidarity. Similarly, the UN General Assembly, in its resolution on the global solidarity to fight the coronavirus in 2019, recognized that the pandemic requires a global response based upon unity, solidarity, and renewed multilateral cooperation. This was actually echoed by the Security Council, who said that combating the pandemic requires greater national, regional, international cooperation and solidarity. So clearly there is this desire to act with solidarity, but what does this actually mean? So there is a bit of literature and there is some work which has been done to articulate the concept of global solidarity. One approach here, which has been taken by Ronald St. John MacDonald, tends to treat solidarity as what we call a structural principle, something which is essential to the functioning of international law, a bit like cooperation. If we don't cooperate, if we don't act with concern for others, then international relations effectively break down. But the problem is that it's quite an ambiguous and imprecise term. And if it's imprecise, then it makes it difficult to actually implement it in practice. So, for example, a working paper which was commissioned by the Subcommission on the Promotion and Protection of Human Rights defines solidarity as potentially a value, a concept, a principle, a right, or a duty. So very much an open concept. But perhaps recognizing this ambiguity, in 2005, a UN-mandated international or independent expert for solidarity was charged with promoting the concept and ascertaining its meaning and implications. In 2017, the then independent expert Virginia Dandon submitted a draft resolution to the General Assembly on the right to international solidarity, which defined the right, its objectives, as well as its modes for achievement. Now, whilst the resolution hasn't yet been formally adopted by the UN, it does provide a useful starting point for considering what solidarity means and how it might develop. And this gives us something to think about in terms of how we might approach our responses to the pandemic. So what does this then mean? Well, the resolution itself is quite long, but if we can sort of look at aspects of it, we can identify perhaps three core elements of solidarity. The first of these is preventative solidarity, which requires states, simply put, to respect fully their international obligations. The second is reactive solidarity, and this requires collective actions on the part of the international community to respond to the adverse impacts of natural disasters, health emergencies, epidemic diseases, and armed conflicts. So clearly includes responses to COVID there. And then the third element is international cooperation. And this is the idea that states may not have the resources or capacity to realize all human rights or to respond to these situations. And so we have to act collectively. That states in a position to do so should act separately or jointly and provide assistance to other states. Now, I think this final point here is really, really important because it points towards what we might call differential commitments. In very broad terms, this is the idea that states who can act should act, and those that cannot should be given the necessary support in order to allow them to be put in a position where they can act on their own. And this seems to be absolutely relevant to the way in which we address seafarers and others at sea in times of a global pandemic. Now, when we look at how the law of the sea kind of approaches issues, or how the legal framework operates when we're trying to deal with the consequences of a pandemic, the typical approach here is to kind of look at issues in what you might call a law of the sea centric fashion. And so typically we begin by looking at an assessment of flag, coastal and port state rights and responsibilities. This seems to be fairly logical because, you know, unless we can understand the answers to questions of jurisdiction, then we're not going to know who and what substantive responsibilities apply in a given situation. But the problem here is that if we begin by looking at things from a typical law of the sea jurisdictional perspective, then this tends to pattern our thinking and can sometimes result in unnecessary, undesirable problems and tensions. Now, this is quite clear in the case of quarantined cruise ships, where port states are allowed to close their ports. It's also clear in terms of the kind of treatment of seafarers more generally. And it's arguably the same kind of tension which has hampered global responses to the migration crisis which we face on an ongoing basis. Simply put, you know, the law of the sea defines and provides quite clear powers of coastal states to control things. And there are very few inroads which have been made into that. Under the law of the sea, states enjoy plenary sovereignty over their ports, and this means they can control fully port access. Now, although access to ports is often regulated by treaty, typically to enable trade, states invariably retain the authority to close their ports when the vital interests of the state requires this. And this includes for reasons of public health and safety. Now, although there are exceptions, for example, vessels can seek to enter ports of refuge if it's in distress, the standards required of distress are often quite high. It's also an exceptional right. And it's also clear that entry is quite often denied frequently in practice. And so this kind of typical law of the sea centrism, I think, reveals what you might call a kind of an asymmetry in power. Let me illustrate this. If we have a vessel carrying 500 persons and the vessel seeking to dock because it's in difficulties, reported cases of COVID on board, they need some support and medical assistance, the persons on board may be considered a vector of COVID. And so the port state, when considering a request to enter, will have to weigh up the risks of allowing those persons to disembark against the potential impacts that might cause in terms of enabling or facilitating the spread of a disease to the onshore community. And so in these situations, the port state will probably engage in what you might call a broadly utilitarian risk assessment. Does the good of a strict quarantine control and reduced incidence of COVID outweigh the harm which is caused to those on board the vessel who may be denied humanitarian assistance? Now, I accept that things are probably a little bit more nuanced than this in practice, but it still reveals this kind of asymmetry. The interests of those on board the vessel are always likely to be outweighed by assessments of the wider public good and impact on shore-based communities. And so they're always more vulnerable to harmful restrictions on their liberty and well-being. And this is the way in which law structures and enables decisions to be made. And so my point is, if we begin by looking at things in simple law of the sea terms, then we tend to end up in these difficult situations or scenarios. Now, a review of global solidarity indicates that it's firmly rooted in human rights-based approaches. And so my point is then that if we start to look at issues not from so much a law of the sea perspective, but maybe from a human rights or solidarity-based approach, then the way in which rights and responsibilities are arranged starts to look a little bit different. 3 points I'd probably stress here. First of all, by starting from a human rights perspective, we tend to prioritize human rights considerations. And if we look at the kind of jurisprudence on human rights law, and I'll give an example of this in a moment here, the general approach is that states have certain responsibilities to protect human rights in situations where they exercise effective control. And at the very least, what this might do is place a higher degree of responsibility on coastal or port states for providing humanitarian assistance. The second point is that solidarity requires a more proactive and differentiated response. And the idea is that it ought to try and prioritize the interests of those most in need. And that would include persons in distress at sea, passengers and crew. Thirdly, solidarity also promotes a more coordinated and proactive approach here. And I think one thing that's become clear here is the kind of current haphazard ad hoc approach needs to have we need to approach this differently and have in place much more structured and calibrated rules to deal with these kind of crises in advance. So just to kind of illustrate how the kind of human rights approach might work, very, very briefly, we have, for example, the Human Rights Committee, and recently there was a petition brought before it against Italy and Malta to question their accountability for the loss of many people on a shipwreck in the Mediterranean. The action was brought by 3 survivors of the shipwreck, and ultimately the Human Rights Committee found that Italy had failed to protect the life of more than 200 migrants on board this vessel. What was interesting about this decision was that the committee affirmed the relationship of dependence between the persons in distress and the states receiving calls for assistance. And this was sufficient to trigger their extraterritorial application of the human rights. And ultimately it held that Italy was in breach of Article 6 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. So a different approach to jurisdiction and very much different from that which works within the law of the sea more generally. Now, I'm kind of aware of time constraints, but if we look at the kind of different rules which govern how aspects of the reception of vessels and persons in distress have been regulated under different regimes, such as the International Health Regulations or the Maritime Labour Convention, what we tend to find is that the kind of typical law of the sea approach, which creates tensions between flag states or vessels on the one hand and coastal states on the other, tends to be perpetuated. So under the International Health Regulations, The port state is entitled to implement measures to control disease, to detain vessels, to derat them, and so on and so forth. And although there are exceptions, for example, which require ships not being deprived from free pratique and to have access to fuel, water, and fuel supplies, in practice, those are not always given effect to, because the host state, the receiving state, tends to prioritize its own interests. Similarly, if we look at the Maritime Labour Convention, we have situations where the flag state is responsible for providing assistance to the crew, ensuring that they are properly looked after, their health and well-being is protected. But in situations of crisis, they often cannot do this unilaterally, and so depend upon assistance from coastal or port states. And so unless the port state itself is willing to provide assistance, for example, to offer medical assistance, we have difficulties with implementing those kind of obligations in practice. And there's also a concern by port states is that they can become ad hoc responsible for kind of significant burdens of responding to these crises, which ought perhaps most responsibly ought to be attributed to the ship owner or the flag state. So we have a number of kind of tensions here. And the question I'm posing, I suppose, is whether or not we ought to adopt a slightly different perspective for taking these issues forward. So just by way of maybe some kind of conclusions or some thoughts to bring things to an end here. If we think about the kind of typical rules on flag state and port state responsibility under the law of the sea, it's not entirely clear who has primary responsibility for the protection of the human rights of the individuals of those on board vessels, even in port. Flag states might argue that human rights are part of the internal affairs of the vessel, and so their responsibility, but they may not be able to do anything about this. The port state might argue that it has responsibility for human rights by dint of its sovereignty. So, you know, potentially both states have some degree of responsibility, but they may rely upon the other to actually implement that and absolve themselves of responsibilities to act. If we look at the study by Young and Beckman, really interesting paper here, but what they've gone to show is that many of the institutions and organizations which were possessed of responsibility to respond to the crisis, the World Health Organization, the ILO, the IMO, they didn't have in place effective systems of governance to manage the crises. Everything was done on an ad hoc basis. Most of the measures which were taken were recommendatory and not necessarily implemented by coastal states, port states. They realized that many of the mechanisms under the MLC and other instruments simply weren't sufficient to provide guidance and structured responses to the kind of pandemic. So, and in particular, they didn't address the kind of residual power of states to close their borders or to provide assistance as per their international obligations. And these kind of breakdowns in terms of how the existing regime is working are things that we need to begin to rethink. Now, this is not something which is, outside of the law of the sea. In the Saiga case, the Tribunal for the Law of the Sea, they're clearly stated that considerations of humanity must apply in the law of the sea as they apply in other areas of international law. But we still don't really have quite clear structures or processes or even ideas about how we can rethink how some of these humanitarian considerations ought to be delivered. And so if nothing else, that the pandemic is forcing us to confront these issues and to think about what we do going forward. So thank you very much for your attention. I look forward to any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Professor Barnes, for that excellent presentation. I enjoyed very much the discussion about global solidarity, a concept that is not easily conceptualized. However, with strong solidarity and effective cooperation, the international community will not only combat COVID, but also will build strong ocean governance systems and a more sustainable economy. With those words, we conclude the speaker presentation part and commence the Q&A answer of the session. I will start with the first speaker, Dr. Johansson. I see a question for you from Ms. Dimo. Could you please tell us how cost-effective are remote inspection technologies?
Right. So thank you for the question, Anadimo. This is something, in my opinion, that needs to be worked out through the development of cost-benefit analysis among service suppliers, class society, and the ship owners. But then we're not just talking about a single RIT, let's say drones, because there are surveys of structures and ships' bottom surveys that require other form of RITs. And for individual varieties, there are other subcategories of types and functions, and then you bring in cleaning, and then then things start to get a little bit exciting on that end. And then you're talking about battery capacity in tanks and other areas that are unreachable, and how long it can be in flight mode. So respondents, I would have to rely on some of the answers we received last year. So respondents that we interviewed in 2021 confirmed that usage of RIT, especially drones, is cost effective when it comes to annual surveys. And I would believe that they could be cost effective. And I'm very careful in my choice of words, because when you hire a surveyor, there are costs involved that you could avoid with RIT. And I'm also going to refer to this article that was published again it was in 2018 by DNV, and they looked at cost efficiency and quality gains. And this article confirms that remote technology can reduce the need for travel to a site for surveys and help the oil and gas industry to avoid scheduling delays. Live streaming also helps in terms of inspections and surveys from distant locations. They lower costs, and then there are safety risks and impacts on the environment that could be avoided. And in the same article, I believe it was the head of procurement of DNV, I'm just quoting this, that there is an opportunity to save up to 35% on inspection costs using this approach. And I think that that's a good number to begin with, even though RITs are not in mass deployment. I also think that that a cost-benefit analysis needs to be put together, considering all types of RIT, going beyond the 3 products that we have analyzed or looked at today. And once statistics is developed and numbers are crunched and then compared annually only, then we will know whether RIT can be cost-effective. And there is a foundation example drawn by the consortium members of this European Union project, Robbins, please look it up, where you can gather a tabular overview that kind of does that, creates model statistics based on the existing types of RIT. But again, that is just a model example, and this should ideally, in my opinion, be conducted from all types of survey perspectives, because today RIT is set to be used only in annual class surveys. And if you look at the submission from Korea, they highlight in Annex A a number of surveys, and annual class survey is one of them, statutory surveys, and you have occasional surveys. Then the question was, could they be applied to ESB ships? And I, as much as I would like to go into that area, I think that's something like a wait and see thing. And I guess this is all the information I can give you for the moment to the best of my capacity. I wish I could give you a more concrete answer with a yes or no, but I think I'll end this here. Thank you.
Thank you for the answer. I see another 2 questions for you, Mr. Johansson, from Professor Fernandez. The first question, if you want to address them briefly, is related to the vessel efficiency system that establishes mandatory efficiency standards for new and existing ships. According to the proposal, each vessel would be judged against a requirement to improve its efficiency by a specific percent below the average efficiency for the specific vessel's class and size. So what is the nexus between green robotics and vessel efficiency system, if there is any? And the second question that you can address briefly is that how should civil liability for damages be apportioned?
Okay. So in relation to the first question on green robotics and the VES, I think, yes, in retrospect, the VES proposal was tabled at MEPC 60 so far, what I can recall. And yes, the proposal called for the development of mandatory efficiency standards that would be tiered over time with increasing stringency. And the market-based proposal was based on a number of points, and the first of these points called for the establishment of efficiency design standards on targets for both new and existing vessels, where calculation of EEDI, which actually monitors the amount of CO2 and harmful emissions from ships. And as you are already aware, the idea of EEDI is to improve, among other elements, the hull design and machinery operations, and to reduce the CO2 emissions by increasing ships' overall efficiency. So as the new concept of EEDI has been introduced for newly built ships, IMO has developed and structured a special tool called the Ship Energy Efficiency Management Plan to measure and control GHG emissions from the already existing shipping fleet. And the Ship Energy Efficiency Management Plan to improve the efficiency of the ship can be implemented in various ways, such as by optimizing the speed of the vessel, making a course change to tackle rough weather, hull maintenance, and dry dock. So hull maintenance was in fact the theme of my deliberation, just a point to note. And all these methods, including hull maintenance, help in increasing the ship's efficiency and optimizing ship operation. That to me is a rationale that ties VES to green robotics. And the second question, I believe it was something about civil liability for damages. Just briefly wanted to mention that I think I would need to answer that. I would need to link my answer to a theory existing in the automotive sector for autonomous vehicles. And taking from the theory of apportionment, it can be said that the manufacturer or producer at the end of the year or annually through contractual agreements could distribute these costs around the value chain to all of the suppliers that are positioned to be responsible for damages. And after observation of the specific problems that emanate from the suppliers in question, the producer may simply compel them to internalize that part of the cost. For example, after an annual evaluation, if the producer considers that, let's say, drones, for example, 30% of the problems were due to signal processing system, 40% related to actuator system, and 30% in relation to control system, then the producer can recover the cost from the signal processor developer, the actuator developer, and the control developer respectively. That is how I think that everyone is moving, and that is how I think costs are thought to be apportioned. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Johansson, for the very coherent answers. I have one more question for Richard Barnes. Is it acceptable for port state to deny ships in distress to enter ports in the name of national security?
I suppose there are two approaches. One is whether it's morally right, and one whether it's legally right. Sticking with the law for the time being, I mean, I think it's a fundamental principle that ports are within the territory of the state, and so the state has full control over its borders. Nicaragua case, there's no automatic right of entry for others into the state itself. And the only exception there is whether or not the state has granted the right to enter the state through its ports. As I said, this is usually done through treaties of commerce and navigation. Now, obviously, there is another question of whether or not there can be a demand for right of entry into ports in situations of distress, but we clearly don't have a rule which establishes that at the moment. What we do have in place are kind of mechanisms to facilitate that. So, for example, the IMO has done lots of work on places of refuge. And what we have is kind of requirements for coastal states to pre-designate, for example, ports where vessels can moor safely in the event that they are in difficulties. But also what's really important there is a kind of process in place for dealing with requests for assistance. So, you know, for example, the vessel has to disclose information about the nature of distress, the risks, etc., etc. This can be then assessed by the coastal state, and hopefully some accommodation of that being done. Now, why that's really important is it kind of avoids a very much an ad hoc approach to things, which is what we've largely seen during the pandemic, because we we haven't had mechanisms in place where that kind of information exchange can properly take place and there can be a proper risk assessment. So really what we need to do is to kind of move through that process, but doing so with a view to ensuring that those who are most in need of assistance, and that's typically those on board the vessel, at least have due weight and attention to their interests being given, and not just simply being ignored in the short term, or being kind of blanked, you know, by the door to the port being closed per se. So that would be my answer to that. Morally, I'll leave the other side of that to others.
Thank you, Professor Barnes. And a last question before the end of the session for Professor Plateau. I have a question. Would a judicial settlement be possible for the snow crab case? Maybe it's possible to bring the dispute at the International Tribunal.
Yes, I'm not really sure actually if that's a possibility. No, I'm not sure. Maybe Professor Pasnakova has the answer, as he's from Norway as well. But I'm not able to answer that question. Sorry.
Thank you very much. If there are other questions about this session, you can send an email to the hosts and they will forward them to the speakers. Thanks the host and the sponsor for this amazing session. I will give the floor now back to the host to initiate the session 6 of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aspasia Pastra, and also our speakers for their insightful presentations. So our final session of the day is entitled Capacity Building in the Law of the Sea, Issues and Experiences. Mima is delighted to present our final moderator, Dr. Yonkil Park from the Korea Maritime Institute. Dr. Yonkil Park is Director of the Law of the Sea Research Center at Korea Maritime Institute. His academic interests cover the law of the sea in general, maritime security is in East Asia, Arctic governance, and other ocean-related issues. He was a visiting scholar at Stockton Center for International Law, US Naval War College, and the Rhode Island Transportation Research Center in 2018. He holds a PhD from Seoul National University in 2009. Dr. Yonkil Park, the floor is now yours.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction, Jocelyn. Hello, everyone. Good evening from South Korea. It's about 10 o'clock p.m. I'm very delighted and deeply honored to moderate this important session on the capacity building of the law of the sea in the well-organized conference. Before beginning our session, I want to express my sincere thanks to James Clark for his fantastic leadership, and all people at the Maritime Institute of Malaysia for their outstanding work in organizing this wonderful conference. I also appreciate World Maritime University Center for International Law at the National University of Singapore, and Japan Institute of International Affairs for their generous support of this conference. For the last 45 years, this conference has provided unique opportunities for the law of the sea experts to participate in active exchanges of their academic views and work together. For young researchers, this conference has established itself as a gateway to the path of becoming an expert in the law of the sea. Now, let's move on to our session on capacity building of the law of the sea. Some of you may think that this session is different from the other sessions of the conference in that this session is not much related to academic discussions. Probably you are right. But at the same time, we can also approach this session academically. Many of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals adopted by the United Nations are directly and indirectly related to the capacity building. And UN Convention on the Law of the Sea also has many relevant provisions regarding the capacity building. For example, in Part 12 on protection and preservation of the marine environment, Article 202 prescribes that scientific and technical assistance to developing states. And Article 203 prescribes preferential treatment for developing states. More than anything else, Part 14 of the UNCLOS deals with the development and transfer of marine technology. Therefore, regarding our session on capacity building of the law of the sea, we can discuss how to develop effective programs, promote fundraising to run and expand the program, and facilitate cooperation between experts and institutes. So I hope all participants, including general audiences, can share their ideas on these critical issues. Please leave questions and comments in the Q&A box. Then we will discuss them after the three presentations. If your country has an interesting capacity building program, it would be appreciated to introduce it to us. So let's move to the presentation. The first speaker of our session is Ms. Soyeon Kim from KMI, Korea Maritime Institute. She is a senior researcher at KMI. She has been working for organizing Yeosu Academy of the Law of the Sea. Before joining KMI, she received LLM in International Maritime Law from Swansea University in UK. And she also holds LLM from Korea Maritime and Ocean University in Korea. Today, she will speak about Yeosu Academy of the Law of the Sea. So, Ms. Soyeon, you are welcome. You have the floor.
Thank you so much for your kind remarks. Good morning and afternoon, distinguished participants. Thank you for inviting me to this conference and for giving me the opportunity to talk about Yeosu Academy of the Law of the Sea. I'm Soyeon Kim, and I'm working as a senior researcher at Korea Maritime Institute and as an organizer of the Yeosu Academy of the Law of the Sea. In this presentation, I would like to talk about the Yeosu Academy of the Law of the Sea, especially the achievements and steps forward. So before getting into it, I'm so delighted to see a couple of names of alumni from the Yeosu Academy, which means that they have been playing a key role on the maritime section. So without further ado, let me begin. So what is Yeosu Academy of the Law of the Sea? So the Yeosu Academy is an initiative that is part of Yeosu Project, which inherited the spirit of the Expo 2012 Yeosu Korea. So for your information, Yeosu is a central gateway to Korea. It is not only an international maritime city, but also an ocean city, benefited by its clean oceans and variety of fisheries and port facilities. The map on the left side here, this is a part of map of Korea. So southern part is Republic of Korea. So Seoul here is the capital city, and Incheon, it has main international airport. So you may arrive at this airport when you come to Yeosu. So Busan here is the second largest economic, cultural, populous city. Also, Korean Maritime Institute, where I work for, is located. So it might take an hour and a half by plane from the international airport to Yeosu. So back to previous slides. So yeah, YOSU project was adopted at closing ceremony of the expo, which called for increased assistance to developing states, including small island developing states in addressing ocean-related issues. So this academy started in 2014. It is the one and only remaining part of YOSU project, whereas the other YOSU project had terminated. So as of 2020, this academy has been operated by the government's official ODA program. So now it is hosted by Korean Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries and operated by Korean Maritime Institute. So what do we do? Our main role is to provide education and training on ocean affairs to developing countries to cope with maritime challenges they're facing with. So basically, we offer a 2-week program in YOSU Republic of Korea. Of course, it had been operated in person until the COVID-19 situation though. So this academy is mainly intended for the government officials, researchers, graduate students, and others who are interested in ocean affairs from developing countries. They may apply for this academy and participate in this course. So here, whom from developing countries means whose country and whose nationality is on the DAC list of ODA recipients by OECD. So yeah, oh well, even if your country is not enlisted here, you may participate as an observer. So you can apply for this academy with your CV, letter of reference, and proof of English to the academy homepage. And then about 3 assessors evaluated all competitive application materials and nominate successful applicants by cutting through some very steep competition. So airfare, half-board accommodation is provided for all qualified participants. And in addition, a number of scholarships are also available for selected students from developing states. A partial or a full scholarship can be provided for those selected as a scholarship winner. And the scholarship winner will be finalized based on each applicant's personal situation, as well as his or her country's economic capacity. So we offer distinguished lecturers, including top-tier professors and experts in the field of law of the sea, and maritime policy, including a judge from the UNCLOS, professors, executive members from international organizations. So I wrote down a couple of lectures in YOSU Academy in an alphabetical order who also attended this call session, such as Professor James Kreska, Judge Jinian Bag, Secretary General Michael Lodge, Professor Ronan Long, Professor Stuart Kay, Judges Thomas Hyder. So like this, more than 3 lecturers have participated in this academy. And this table below is the schedules for the 8th YOSU Academy, which is the latest. In the latest academy, we had to host it virtually due to COVID-19 situation, but we tried our best to build a lively circumstances beyond any barriers. So to elaborate on that, during the lectures, we provide education and training in ocean affairs, such as UNCLOS, fisheries, ocean science, and maritime environment protection, etc. So the academic consists of 2 weeks. So first week is about the basic concepts of the law of the sea and principles of ocean governance. On the other hand, on the second week, implementation of the law of the sea and other related practical issues based on the prior week study is the main topic. Besides that, during the workshop and special lectures, all the participants joined a discussion and they had heated discussions. And workshops and special lectures are organized in order to provide an in-depth understanding of contemporary international and regional issues as well. So at the end of the program, participants are equipped with their knowledge on the law of the sea and other related issues as well. And in addition, they're able to apply their knowledge in seeking solutions, practical challenges in their oceans. And here is another interesting time we can enjoy. We plan field trips so that all participants can enjoy the beautiful scenery of Yasu and its surrounding areas. We travel to aquarium, historical venues, bays, and port authority. And on the recreational boat, they're dancing and singing together. There's no photo here, but casual gatherings are also organized for networking among students and lecturers. So far, I've talked about the brief introduction about the Yasu Academy, and I'd like to move on to the next and talk about the achievements of the Yasu Academy. Well, the Academy has produced nearly over 400 graduates. So alumni are becoming more pivotal and they perform key roles in maritime and ocean policy and education in their countries. And in addition, United Nations has acknowledged the contribution of Yasu Academy for our contribution to offer education for capacity building to developing nations by referring in a couple of resolutions adopted by the UN General Assembly. Besides that, UN Division for Ocean Affairs and the Law of the Sea, which is called UNCLOS, and the International Seabed Authority, etc., they agreed to make their contribution to the Academy by promising that they participate as lecturers. So it means that many international organizations support this Academy to host it very successfully. So since 2014, and with the 8 times of Academy, we find out a couple of things to make up. So I have came up at the point to make steps forward as follow. So first, the Academy should overcome challenges during COVID-19, and we would like to make it as opportunities. As you might know, every aspect of our life have been affected by COVID-19, and the same goes for the Yasu Academy. So there's nothing we could do except for introducing new way of education. So we should have come up with another solutions. So therefore, we decided to postpone several months and decide to host the Yasu Academy virtually. So we established online education platform, which is called Yasu Academy Online Classroom. And we asked to the professors, judges, and other professionals to join and record nearly 90 lectures. And introducing this kind of solution made it possible that all overseas participants could access virtual classes and raise questions to the lecturers. So there was no need to travel, at least in this session. So Zoom classes and virtual online education platform can mitigate the gap between in-person classes and online classes. Although the virtual academy started off very smoothly, we acknowledge the need for fixing and supplement a couple of things. It's just an initial and it's very early stage, and we know that we should have high quality content and more details about how to operate this academy. So by reflecting improvement points, we believe online classrooms and its materials would give participants and alumni more opportunities to access to maritime issues, regardless where they are and their time and their location. And then second steps forward, we should accommodate the growing demand for joining this academy. Most of participants can barely have an opportunity to join this academy. I mean, they apply for this academy for a couple of times. So there have been always significantly more rejected applicants than successful applicants. So we know that we should provide equal opportunities for participants and applicants regardless of their nationalities. And we need to secure more budget to accommodate the growing demand as much as we can. And last but not least, we should assure systematic organization and management. And if the COVID-19 situation and the circumstances permit, we would like to host the 9th Yeosu Academy of the Law this year to be held in Korea in person. We are planning this academy this year to be held in Korea. So we genuinely know that COVID-19 and its related travel restrictions are the key points. But if it's possible, we'd like to hold this academy in person this year. So if we would not, we'll try our best to accommodate all the participants to provide high quality lectures and programs beyond any barriers. I hope so. And the third step, fourth, we should create more continuous exchange among alumni. According to a couple of satisfaction surveys and questionnaires from alumni, we found out many demands for having alumni program. They have been eager to have some reunions among alumni. So this year, last February, we launched the first alumni program. It consists of the seminar and workshop. The alumni submitted an abstract and present their latest research in the field of the law of the sea. Also, they shared their experiences on maritime issues on the workshops. And more than 100 alumni participated in this program. They raised questions and have heated discussions. So we verify the possibility to introduce a new type of capacity building program to this academy. So, and in addition, we'll truly our best to plan for events, reunions, and engagement opportunities among alumni. So we hope this academy give all a chance to consider our roles and our duties in regards to maritime issues and to present a blueprint to the world. So thank you so much for your attention. If you want to find out more details about the Yeosu Academy Law of the Sea, please access to our homepage and email us directly and leave any comments on the Q&A box. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, So-young, for your kind introduction to the Yeosu Academy. Now, we are going to notify soon about the concrete dates for the Yeosu Academy this year. We expect it will be held in October, but the dates are not confirmed yet, but we will notify you soon. So anyone who are interested in participating this academy, please visit the Yeosu Academy homepage. Okay, thank you very much. And I want to invite the next speaker. Next speaker is Dr. Angeles Jimenez Cariazo from International Maritime Law Institute. I'm sorry for my poor pronunciations. Dr. Cariazo is the Nippon Foundation Lecturer on Global Ocean Governance at the IMO International Maritime Law Institute. She holds a PhD in law from University of Jaén in Spain. During her PhD studying, she had experience in studying a few well-known universities, such as University Nantes in France and the National Taiwan Ocean University. In 2017, she was awarded the PhD degree with the highest praise summa cum laude. She also published many significant articles in books and peer-reviewed journals. She's also a lawyer admitted to the Madrid Bar Associations. This time, she will make a presentation on the building capacity in the law of the sea, the IMO, International Maritime Law Institute experience. Dr. Garcia Carriazo, you are very welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Park, for your kind introduction. So I will just share the screen. So am I presenting the full screen? Okay, thank you. So as Dr. Park mentioned, I'm going to talk from the IMO International Maritime Law Institute experience, from IMLI experience in capacity building. So before that, I have just few remarks on the UNCLOS at 40 and few remarks that will allow us to understand why IMLI was established in relation to capacity building. So the world has witnessed a technological development which was not anticipated at all by the drafters of the convention. And there are many technical complexities involved in the application of UNCLOS of some of the provisions that were not anticipated during the negotiations. So without this competent and timely assistance, many states cannot implement the legal regime of the oceans that under the convention and also from the old multilateral agreements and programs that has followed the convention. And developing states, small island developing states and states with economies in transition are the most in need of assistance. One of the central issues in the implementation of UNCLOS is the issue of capacity building. This term has risen to prominence in the vocabulary of the international community, but it is true that UNCLOS does not use the phrase capacity building. It contains about 25 references to the need to help developing state and take their concerns into account. So these are shown in part 11 regarding the area, in part 12 for the protection and preservation of the marine environment, part 13 marine scientific research, and part 14 development and transfer of marine technology. So limitations in capacity not only hinder states, in particularly the developing countries, from benefiting from oceans and seas and their resources pursuant to UNCLOS, but also to effectively comply with the range of obligations arising from the convention and from the international legal regime. So that is why IMLI was established. And we have to talk about our model institution, the International Maritime Organization, IMO. During the 80s, IMO realized that it was producing many treaties. So the drafters were producing treaties, the negotiations were ongoing, but the problem is that the treaties being adopted were not being ratified by states. So this made the adopted legal framework ineffective. We have plenty of treaties, plenty of conventions, prescriptions, regulations, but on the other side, there is not an implementation at the national level. And the main reasons for this were that states didn't have the necessary expertise to understand the rights and obligations which were created under the adopted treaties. And even when these rights and obligations were understood, there was no national expertise for the maritime legal drafting. So especially the capacity to incorporate and implement effectively international conventions into domestic legislation. So in the end, when we talk about capacity building, this encompasses the country's human, scientific, technological, organizational, institutional, and resource capabilities. And training represents an investment in people, as is an important way to put a capacity building approach to development into practice. So these are all the reasons that led to the establishment of the Institute. This is the signing of the agreement, a picture of the signing of the agreement. And so this meeting was set up under the initiative of Professor David Attar, the director of IMLI, between the then IMO Secretary General and the then Maltese Parliamentary Secretary for Maritime Affairs. And following this meeting, IMLI was established in 1988 through an international agreement between IMO and the government of Malta, where IMLI is located. So this is where IMLI is. This is a small island in the Mediterranean, so close to Italy, close to Tunisia, and we have here the headquarters of IMLI. So the IMLI's purpose, this is the main gate of the institute, and you can read here, serving the rule of international maritime law. This is in the end the IMLI's purpose. The main purpose of the institute has been, since it was founded, to assist government, and particularly developing countries, especially the small island developing countries and least developed countries, in building up both their human and institutional capacities for the uniform and effective implementation of international maritime law and the general law of the sea. So in order to fulfill this purpose, the institute provides the candidate with the opportunity to undertake training, advanced training, study, and research in international maritime law. So IMLI is at the forefront of the teaching, development, and dissemination of knowledge and expertise in international maritime law, enabling developing states to generate legal expertise in respect of the adherence to the applicable international maritime law conventions, the incorporation and adequate implementation of the convention, the effective enforcement, the proper interpretation, in order to ensure harmonization with the applicable international regime. So the government can rely on their own officials that have been trained here instead of hiring external consultants or experts for domesticating the conventions. This IMLI has been recognized as a center of excellence for the training of specialists in international maritime law and for the dissemination of knowledge and expertise in this field. It has been recognized by the IMO and also by the UN General Assembly. So I just put here the excerpt of the Oceans and the Law of the Sea resolution from the General Assembly that confirms the IMLI's effective capacity building role in the field of maritime law, shipping law, and marine environmental law. So let's move to the programs, to the training at IMLI. We have a Master of Laws in International Maritime Law and a Master of Humanities in International Maritime Law legislation, and they last for 1 academic year. For these two programs, for the LLM and for the MHUM, there are scholarships available every year. And there is a unique feature for these two programs, for the LLM and the MHUM, that students are required to submit for examination a maritime legislation drafting project, which incorporates an international convention into national law of the respective countries. So they learn the techniques for the implementation, for the proper and effective implementation. We also offered a joint 2-year programs with WMU, the Master of Philosophy in International Maritime Law and Ocean Policy, and the Master of Philosophy in International Maritime Legislation and Ocean Policy. And IMLI's programs are unique because they cover the whole spectrum of international maritime law, from public to private, passing from environment, maritime security. So we start with shipping law, law of the sea, and we also have a dedicated module to maritime legislation drafting, as I mentioned, to learn those techniques to domesticate international conventions. Although teaching of maritime law is taken from a purely international perspective, so what we do is study the international conventions, it's also important to mention that the major system of law in the world are also explained, and they are considered comparatively in relation to maritime affairs. So students hailing from civil law system can know how common law system is doing and the other way around. So they are exposed to both systems. And this is done thanks to the international faculty. Some of their members are present today here in this Zoom meeting. And this international faculty brings to the classroom the legislative and judicial experience of leading maritime jurisdictions. Another point to mention would be the promotion of women at IMLI. Maritime affairs, the maritime industry has been for years a male-dominated sectors, and women are sometimes reluctant or unable to participate in public decision-making processes. And the participation of women in vulnerable countries remains low today. So IMLI was aware of the real benefits to development progress by fully including women in maritime affairs. And IMLI is firmly committed to increasing their participation. That's why in 1988, when the institute was established, the institute adopted a policy that was quite innovative at that time of reserving 50% of admission for qualified deserving women. So since 1989, since the third academic year, more generation of women have been graduating from the institute. Just a few words on networks. In a capacity building context, networks are promoted to share new ideas, information, to learn from others, to exchange information. So they are cost-effective and efficient mechanism for maintaining and building capacity building. And these networks have been created and maintained at IMLI, allowing these substantive changes and learning as well as networking. So upon graduation, every year, new batches of students join the alumni network of over 1,000 maritime experts, which are already serving the rule of international maritime law. Strengthening capacity also involves creating an enabling environment for research. We have the advanced research undertaken by scholars that has been recorded in the book series IMLI Studies in International Maritime Law. This series covers different topical issues. Then we have the IMLI Manual on International Maritime Law that deals with all major branches of international maritime law, law of the sea, shipping law, marine environmental law, and maritime security law. And the most recent one, the IMLI Treatise on Global Ocean Governance, that is the product of the fruitful collaboration between IMLI and the Nippon Foundation. And this 3 volumes treatise contains contributions assessing the current state of the international regime regulating the use of the oceans. So in this capacity building environment, we can highlight IMLI's contribution to the international maritime community. Due to the training provided at IMLI, graduates of the institute return home with all the tools to adapt, to apply best practices to the sea. Many IMLI graduates hold influential positions in international administrations, also in international fora, international organizations, and to date, a total of 1,001 students from 149 states and territories have graduated from IMLI. So this brings me to the end of the presentation. So 40 years ago, UNCLOS established a comprehensive legal framework for oceans-related activities with this latent and inexorable link to capacity building. 7 years later, IMLI was established as a training, education, and research center to provide necessary opportunities for qualified candidates, particularly to those hailing from developing countries. Training is a long-term process nurtured over time. The establishment of the institute has meant that states can rely on a firm institution that is playing an instrumental role in the understanding and development of the law of the sea by building legal capacity in states globally, and primarily our prior focus is developing states. So IMLI missions for the last 33 years has been to build sustainable capacity, via improved curricula and degree programs with the aim of enabling current and future generations of maritime professionals to serve the rule of international maritime law. This has not changed due to the pandemic. The way we deliver has changed. Now we are online. There are students that are currently in Malta, but they are still attending the lectures from home because of the distance, because of the restrictions to enter Malta, the quarantines. But we look forward to come back to normal. And I will, just to finish, I would like to highlight this of an official motto, we could say, that we are a small institution with a global mission. So that is everything I would like to mention about IMLI. Thank you very much for your attention. And I also leave here the website that you can visit for more information. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your very informative presentations. It's very helpful to understand the IMNI programs, and some days I would like to attend that LLM programs, maybe, yeah. And now let me invite the last speaker of today. The last speaker of today is Professor Harsha Rawanshi of Gujarat National Law University. She is an assistant professor and dean of external relations at Gujarat National Law University in India. She is specialized in public international law and private international law also. Currently, she is an associate director of the Gujarat National Law University University Center for Public and Private International Law. She has earned her LLM in EU economic laws, and she was awarded the Justice RP Meta Best Outstanding LLM Student Gold Medal. The title of her presentation is Currents and Tides, Reflections on the Indian Experience of Building Capacity in Law of the Sea and Maritime Law. Professor Rawanshi, it is your turn to speak.
Thank you, Dr. Park. Thank you for this introduction, generous introduction. Before I begin, I would just want to quickly share the slide with all of you, and I would want you to quickly confirm me if you can see the slides on your screen. Dr. Park, if you can see the slides on your screen, can you quickly confirm me?
Yes, we can see the slide.
Thank you so much. I really thank Call 45 for giving me the invitation to present a presentation on the capacity building in the area of law of the sea. And importantly, I would like to thank Professor Kraska, who has been very important, who has played a very important role in terms of what we are doing at Gujarat National Law University in building a capacity in the law of the sea and the maritime law. Now, the presentation that I've chosen for today is Currents and Tides, Reflections on the Indian Experience of Building Capacity in Law of the Sea and Maritime Law, given the fact that I would want to highlight importantly and particularly that we have indulged ourselves as the law university, which is one of the top law university in India, in certain currents, in certain areas of capacity building in law of the sea. And then we have finally got into a tide where we have a memorandum of understanding and a cooperation agreement with Indian Navy in terms of capacity building for law of the sea and international maritime law in particularly. So this presentation gives me a unique opportunity, importantly, to showcase what we have been doing as a university, which is quite unique to any other law school in India, because we are the only law school in India who has a cooperation agreement with the armed forces in terms of training in maritime law and law of the sea. And then I would really interestingly would highlight the role that the US Naval War College and Professor Kraska in particularly had played in what we are doing under the patronage of these capacity building programs. Now, if I have to really quickly showcase you the fact that how we started 10 years ago. It's a decade-long process of our capacity building process. So we started in 2011 with the Global Maritime Security and Anti-Piracy Conference of 2011, wherein the Chief Minister, the present Prime Minister of India, happened to be the chief guest. And importantly, he highlighted the role of the maritime capacity building, highlighting the fact that there is need for the consensus among nations for the legal framework for combating terrorism and sea piracy. Now, from that particular event, there had been no looking back for the university, because we keep on organizing these kind of capacity building programs. And just to highlight about the relevance of the first conference that we did in this area, we had the delegates from 35 countries participating with unique pool and set of resource persons from different important organizations joining us in particularly discussing various contemporary issues as a part of the conference. In 2013, we then had organized an intensive certificate course on advanced issues and practices of law of the sea and maritime law. And it gives me a privilege to tell you that we got a good participation from Indian Navy, Indian Coast Guard, and Maritime Boards of India, who particularly participated in the certificate course with the pool of resource persons, bringing the best of expertise to teach international and the national perspectives onto the issue of law of the sea and the maritime law. In 2013, in the same year, in November, we collaborated with the Hague Academy of International Law as an external program in 2013, wherein we discussed the stability and the change in law of the sea challenges of the 21st century. Now, we became the first university to have the privilege to have such an external program to be ever launched in any South Asian university altogether. So that was also focused on the law of the sea and the capacity building in the area of the maritime law here. Then in 2014, we also indulged ourselves not just into public ordering of the maritime law, but into the private ordering of the maritime law, where we had organized a certificate course on the marine insurance with best of the best professors coming and teaching. And we also interestingly indulged into the visit process, where the participants can uniquely have an option to go and see how industry works, just not from a theoretical viewpoint altogether. Now, the starting point from very institutional point of view, we started in 2015 with the International Maritime Academy being started, and Professor Kraska had been the one who have always collaborated with the university from the first Maritime Academy, and we discussed many issues, public ordering and the private ordering in the maritime law, with the contemporary issues, with certain research interest areas to the Indian Navy and the other officers. I could just quickly show the photographs of what we had at that point in time in terms of the Academy of 2015 altogether. In 2016, we once again collaborated with US Naval War College. We also brought in Forum Integrated National Security Framework. We collaborated with Indian Council of World Affairs, Maritime Board, Government of Gujarat, and the Government of India, Ministry of Earth Sciences. And we discussed the topics like maritime developments, blue economy, and ocean governance. And interestingly, the pool of participants were increasing, and we have much more wider participants from different countries also joining in for these kind of courses, which was a week-long course altogether. So here's the photograph that you can see of our training program, and you can see Professor Kraska standing on the right here with Vice Admiral in between altogether. So we uniquely position ourselves, making sure that the authorities and the policymakers are also informed about what we are doing, so that we can have an interesting network in terms of policy reformulation, which is required in this altogether area. In 2017, we continued up the tradition of the Maritime Academy, and this time we discussed the themes of maritime industry, naval power, and maritime environment, and then we successfully concluded the academy with the naval officers, coast guards, and research scholars, and interested academia participants who wanted to be part of the academy altogether. In 2018, we continued with the themes of Indian Ocean region, port security, reducing, controlling IUU fishing and marine environment pollution. And then the whole idea at that moment in time was that we wanted to assess the trajectory of law and policy affecting the maritime commerce. So what you can see from this, from the trends that we have been entering into in the maritime sector, in particularly in terms of legal training in the maritime sector, is we are equally focusing on the public ordering as well as the private ordering, which is required in terms of the capacity building. In 2018, with trilateral legal talks, India, United States of America, and Japan, we discussed the challenges to coastal security from the national security point of view and discussed the areas of concern with certain important recommendations being given to the government of India altogether. We had the delegations from 3 countries altogether discussing and giving certain recommendations to the government. And in 2018 itself, we further had the winter school and the training program in the maritime commercial law and practice with diverse sets of areas to be covered in the capacity building. Just not like a traditional university, we are involved in a training program. We are equally interested to have a publications and research projects which our university does as a part of the process. So we have a publications which were pioneered by the director at that moment in time, Professor Dr. Bimalan Patel, who has extensively published the works on Indian Ocean Maritime Security Competition and UNCLOS and the Case Law Digest in Maritime Security Piracy. The university had given certain recommendations as a part of the research project to the different departments of Government of India in the areas of concern whenever there has been a collaboration and an interest, and we have been successful in terms of giving advices and recommendations to the government. But the whole interesting culmination of our efforts led the whole exercise in terms of the unique position that the university has created, having a collaboration with the Indian Navy. So we have a MOU with Indian Navy, wherein we are supposed, during the term of the MOU, we are supposedly have to organize short duration courses, long duration courses, certificate courses, and residential research programs for the Indian Navy officers who remain a key stakeholder as far as the implementation of law of the sea is concerned. Now, under this MOU, we happened to, last year, during the COVID time in particularly, we happened to organize long duration course on law of the sea and the maritime law with focus on naval operations law. And then we get a good overwhelming response in terms of international speakers and the national speakers. And we thoroughly ensured that the board, the speakers who are in particularly teaching for the course are the ones clearly with the gender balanced ones. To be reflected in the as the teaching for the course. So we have almost we ensured that we have female speakers. Just not that, we also ensured that there are researchers who are also part in the teaching part, who can give up, who can share their research knowledge and run through their research expertise with the participants, so that they can the participants can enrich by the recent researches in which they are engaged into. Now, the best part about the MOU is that we have a clear design of the course with clear mandate of the modules that we are supposed to teach through these courses. So we have clear mandate on public ordering part of the maritime law, private ordering part of the maritime law, with contemporary issues and with certain areas which are very relevant in terms of Indian Navy altogether. Other than this, we have also launched maritime law lecture series and the first lecture law series, wherein almost more than 100 naval officers participated, and it was also with the collaboration of the US Naval War College in September 2021. We are also just not entering into collaboration with the Indian stakeholders or the implementation stakeholders, but we are also entering into collaboration with the other stakeholders, other universities who are into capacity building or training in the maritime sector. And the university in Bangladesh, which is Bangladesh Sheikh Mujibur Rahman Maritime University, we happen to have hosted the webinar with them, and we will quickly, in some time, we will have an MOU with them as well. So that is also slated for us. And we are also uniquely, will be entering into an MOU with the Indian Coast Guard soon. We are slated to have the next course of with the Indian Navy in the month of March itself. And long duration course will be starting on 21st March till 17 June 2022. And then we will also be organizing the short duration course in the month of May for the naval officers altogether. Now, if I have to quickly reflect on the experiences with respect to the capacity building program and what my university has been doing, it's fairly important for us to appreciate what Indian position has been with UNCLOS. So what we have seen importantly in the background is that India has taken an active part in the negotiations for the UNCLOS conferences altogether, and India remains party to most of the important conventions in this area. Now, what is important for me to highlight here is that the Indian motivation or Indian initiatives in the maritime domain are just not motivated by the strategic considerations, but their Indian decision makers are recognizing the need to develop the Navy and other stakeholders' knowledge on the operational law and the international maritime law. Now, fairly for us, as far as the UNCLOS is concerned, if not for the areas which are more disputed, but by and large, the Indian decision makers want to develop the maritime domain awareness, and they feel that this is a key driver in the whole process. Now, therefore, what we tend to do in the capacity building process that we indulge in, we focus on contemporary and advanced issues, which might be very relevant in terms of the operational challenges and the issues that are faced by the officers in the Indian Navy altogether. Now, as far as the capacity development efforts are concerned through these training programs and strengthening the institution, I may highlight here that Indian Navy is in particularly through our partnership and our association with other collaborators is looking to develop the residential expertise as far as the naval operation laws is concerned. And they intend to have the Center of Excellence to be part of the Naval College where naval operation law and the participants of the course, who are being trained by the university, will further develop importantly the naval operation law and will indulge into more of a reforms that might be needed in the Indian context of the maritime law altogether. Now, as far as the building knowledge and skills are concerned, the important thing is that we intend from an organizational point of view to develop and identify and collect and collate good practices, challenges, experiences, and lessons which are important for any operational implementational agency to understand from the legal framework. So the whole idea or the rationale is to ensure that the law properly translates to the operational officers who can really understand it well for the purpose of implementation. So what we need is the identification from the comparative perspectives of the good practices, challenges, and experiences, and we become an institute or a place where there can be an interesting information exchange which can be taken between the different states, nations, and different implementing agencies. Now, apart from that, we clearly feel that there is a need for creating awareness to the decision makers, and which is very important for the success of the capacity building program. And hence we tend to generate, and we're interested in generating synergies for greater capacity building impact. Now we look forward for more engagement with different stakeholders whose participation is relevant in terms of the impact of the capacity development programs. We look forward to have much more coordination and cooperation with other stakeholders, and most importantly, other capacity development partners. And thankfully, we have US Naval War College as one of the most important capacity development partner in the whole process of what we are doing as of now. Now, in the end, I would just conclude that what we look forward is increased cooperation and engagement, shared vision and collaboration importantly in the area of the capacity building altogether. And our commitment as an institute or a university remains that we would want to build a national capacity in the area of law of the sea and the maritime law. We are intending to create, develop, and diffuse legal knowledge in the area of law of the sea and the maritime law. And we are keen to assist and inform policymakers any reforms and any changes that might be relevant for them to ensure that what India proposes as the legal maritime order to be in alignment. So with this, I thank you for your patient hearing. I would be very happy to hear any comments or feedbacks if you may have in this regard. And thank you so much for inviting me to this conference.
Thank you, Professor Rawanshi, for your excellent presentations. I didn't know that there are so many useful programs in India. So thank you very much for your informative presentations. Now let's move on to the Q&A sessions. On the Q&A box, we have 3 questions. So I think in this session, unlike the other sessions, I think we can finish earlier than the scheduled time. So it's very good news, I think. Yeah, I'll try to finish it on time. And
Young,
yeah.
Do you want me to say a little bit about the World Maritime University?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Listen, thank you very much. I really enjoyed the session. And of course, the World Maritime University is a capacity building university, and we will have our 40th anniversary next year. So I know today that we have a very extensive alumni, over 5,000 alumni across the world, many of whom have joined the conference. So a very special and warm hello to our alumni that are participating today, 50 of whom are in Malaysia. So again, a very special warm to our former students, and we would welcome you all back to the university next year. We're a sister institution to IMLI, and so we're a child of the International Maritime Organization, and we undertake education, research, and capacity building. And currently we have 7 specialization in our MSc program in maritime affairs. The 7 specializations are in maritime safety and environmental administration, maritime law and policy, maritime education and training, port management, shipping management and logistics, maritime energy management, and a program I teach on myself, ocean sustainability, governance and management. We also have 2 campus in China, one in Dalian and one in Shanghai. The one in Dalian deals with maritime safety and environmental management. And in Shanghai, we do international transport and logistics. Now, we fully appreciate that everybody who's interested in coming to the World Maritime University cannot come to those programs because they're residential programs. What we do have is we have distance learning programs. We have a distance LLM program. We have postgraduate diplomas in international maritime law, marine insurance, executive maritime management, and maritime energy, as well as a range of professional development and executive educational courses and programs. One of the crucial aspects of our program in UNCLOS Park, you know, KMI is a great supporter of our universities. One of the crucial aspects is our PhD program. We've close to 50 PhD students here at the university. So if there's anybody out there that's thinking of doing a PhD in oceans or in maritime affairs, the World Maritime University is a great place to come. Just to address maybe 3 of the issues that you flagged in your wonderful presentations. Firstly, we really encourage gender balance, and we have about 30% females on the current programs. And this is, shall we say, below what we have in universities across the world, but it's something that we actively promote. Secondly, we're very much focused on the global south, and similar to IMLI, that goes back to the mandate we have from the IMO. So those that are participating in today's conference, and it's just really wonderful to have this particular session on capacity building. Certainly in the last 20 years that I've been involved in the Oceans Law and Policy Conference, this is the first session that was specifically focused on capacity building. And I think it was in Angle's wonderful presentation there on IMLI, where she says, we have so many references to capacity building in the convention, but we have very, very little in terms of practical mandatory arrangements at a global level to do this. And this is in a key strand of the BBNJ negotiations. So I teach on the EOSU Academy myself. So I am a big advocate of that, but I'd also like to mention the Rhodes Academy Oceans Law and Policy, because that's also a child of the University of Virginia, and John Norton Moore and Maureen Nordquist has set up that academy, and of course we are actively supporting their work in that, and we are engaged in delivering the program this coming year, as well as what we're engaged with you, UNCLOS Park, in terms of the EOSU Academy program. And lastly, I would say, look, it's the foundation of all this is about partnerships, and it's about working collectively across the world. So we'd reach out to our sister institutions right across the world. not only those that are participating in today's session, but those that are listening in or perhaps might open the recording of this session, and we would say, please reach out to us and we will actively work and support capacity building right across the world. And it was indeed a great pleasure to have the president of the university yesterday to introduce welcome remarks. And of course, she's a very dynamic leader. And we are very grateful to Professor Kraska, Mima, and the other sponsors, including KMI, for taking the initiative on capacity building. And I think we should be doing far more on this at the annual conference. So Dr. Yunkil Park, it was at your requests that I have had the opportunity of talking about what we're doing here at the World Maritime University, and especially at the Sasakawa Global Ocean Institute. So if you're interested in coming to us, please apply and we will be delighted to accommodate your interests. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Long. It's very useful to know that there are very important and significant programs run by WMU. Thank you very much. And now let me give some chance to answers from the presenters. There is one question put to Soyeon Kim. The question is, would it be possible for Yeosu Academy of the Law of the Sea to send your experts to African countries to hold capacity building workshops for 2 or 3 days? This is the question. Soyeon?
Yeah, well, dear Abdul Dash, thank you for your question. That's a great question. And if the circumstances permit, we would be pleased to organize a new type of capacity building program, workshops. Also, I believe that it also contributes capacity building in maritime and ocean affairs, especially in African countries. So, and it is also corresponding to steps forward, as I mentioned before, that we would like to give more opportunities regardless of their locations and nationalities. So thank you for your sharing your marvelous opinions and ideas. So if you have any specific plans or ideas on that, it would be great to email us directly. So I'll leave an email address as a reply to your question. So thank you so much for your good question. Thank you.
Thank you, Soyeon. Yes, the next question is put to Dr. Angeles. The question is, as someone who has training in international law, but not in maritime law, I would like to know whether any short-term capacity building program for your faculty members in maritime law is offered at IMNI, so that these courses could also be introduced in undergraduate programs in developing countries. So yeah, Dr. Angeles, please.
Thank you very much for the question. So we have like 2 options here. First, the Institute organizes intensive specialized courses for people who are unable to attend IMLI for a full academic year, but who are seeking to update their knowledge or to know more about a new topic, about current development only in a certain area of law. So on this basis, we, for example, this academic year, we are offering a course on the law of treaties, on seafarers' rights, on the protection of the marine environment and ocean governance, on international maritime security law, on the law of ports, and on peaceful settlement of maritime disputes and the limitation of maritime boundaries. And the other option is that our teaching at IMLI is based on a modular system. So it is also possible for a small number of applicants to attend these modules as self-contained courses. So if someone is interested in the law of the sea, they can, that person could attend this module on law of the sea. That is, there are 3 modules law of the sea. during like maybe 3-4 months, so they can also get this as a short course. So this would be the possibilities for someone. Now we are doing this online. If things go back to normal, we may continue with this in a hybrid system. So we can continue with the specialized course with full physical attendance, but also online attendance.
Thank you, Dr. Cariacho. Can I have one question to you? I'm wondering about the relations between the IMNI and WMU, because both are established by the IMO. And so what I want to know is that how to cooperate in teaching students. So between IMNI and the WMU. So is there any personal exchange programs between the two IMO organs?
Yeah, look, it's a great question. We share LLM programs. I have some students to go on to IMLI to finish out their LLM. We have a very active collaboration. Judge Attard is obviously a very distinguished keynote speaker here in the university. And I have the honor myself of contributing to the program on IMLI. So we're twin sisters or twin daughters of the IMO. So it's a very active, pragmatic collaboration. And I just turn the microphone over to my colleague, my distinguished colleague from IMLI. Thank you.
So that is, we say that we are sister institutions. So we have professor from WMU lecturing. In the past, they used to come here. Professor Long has come to IMLI. Now they are doing it online. We have with IMO and WMU, we organize a seminar on maritime transport policy. So this is also like a joint event. And then the programs, the two MPhil programs, of course, that the students spend 1 year in Malta and the next one in Malmo, or the other way around.
How much is the tuition fee per year? Is it free or tuition fee? Yeah.
The LLM is 25,000.
25,000 per year.
Euros. But for LLM and for MHUN, there are scholarships that there is availability of scholarships.
Okay, thank you very much. And now let me ask a question to Professor Lawanshi. I'm wondering how many foreign students participate in your programs. I know that there are many programs run by your institute. So
yeah, Dr. Park, as of now, with respect to capacity building programs that we are doing, we have restricted it to Indian Navy MOU, and within Indian Navy MOU, we can't take foreign students as of now. Now, given the fact last 2 years there has been a pandemic situation, and hence we didn't launch the International Maritime Academy. And once we launch it, we definitely have the foreign students as a part of it. Till now, the most of the participants from the foreign has been the government officials or have been nominated by the relevant embassies. We have less number of students participating from foreign rather than officers participating from the foreign states. We have more number of students participating from the Indian context. So I think hardly the numbers would be very less, because the program is more about having more officers participating in these kind of programs.
okay, thank you very much. And I have also one question from my old friend Kentaro Furuya. Yeah, his question is that what would be the most significant challenges to delivering lectures online? The difference between the host nation and the participants is undoubtedly the one. Is there any challenges in your experience to make connections among faculty members and students by a virtual platform. During the last 2 years, mainly due to the COVID-19, the Yeosu Academy cannot invite foreign participants to South Korea. So we set up the online academy programs. So last year we have two online. We run the 2 online programs, and as Soyeon presented very well, last month we have the alumni online programs. So let me briefly share our experience on this. I think it is very useful as we now watch it. So, all of the world, everyone can easily access and watch the program, and you can easily join the program, right, without any difficulties. But there are some problems, I think. Yeah, the one is that there is the time difference. So these programs we begin 8 o'clock in the Korea Standard Time, 8 o'clock p.m. and it finished almost 11 o'clock p.m. But some in some countries is a very early morning, like James Kraska. He participated in as a lecturer, but it was very early morning. And in some countries, it is just afternoon. It means their working time, right? So they have to work because they cannot take a leave just to participate in the academy. If we invite all of them to South Korea, they can fully participate in the whole program, right? So they cannot go anywhere. So I think this is the most difficult to overcome. The other one is that you cannot control. I'm sorry that the word control, but it is very difficult to manage the whole participants. So some participants attended the online academy on the car. He drives. Someone drives their car, and some watches their mobile through their mobile phone. But it is okay. But you know, there is some limit to focus on our academy, right? So there are pros and cons, but yeah. Yes, so yeah, this is my answer. And I would like to ask James Kraska to introduce the Rose Academy of the Law of the Sea. It's the most well-known academy. So James, could you please?
Thank you, Dr. Park and Professor Long. You both have mentioned the Rhodes Academy and provided some detail. I'd be glad to provide just a little more information about it. The Rhodes Academy dates back to 1996, and it's a 2-week program in Rhodes, Greece, which is managed by the Aegean Institute of the Law of the Sea and Maritime Law. But it has a number of other institutions that support this consortia, including the Center for International Law at the National University of Singapore, the Law of the Sea Institute in Iceland under Thomas Haidar, and Alex Elfrink at the Netherlands Institute of the Law of the Sea. And it also benefits from the support of the School of Marine and Ocean Engineering at University of New Hampshire in the United States, and the Korea Maritime Institute, and also the Ankara University Research Center of Sea and Maritime Law. So it's quite an international program. KMI has been a long supporter, as well as some other institutions, and it's in the summer generally in Rhodes. And right now they are still taking applications, and they plan for an in-person event. So that's another option to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Yes, so I think we have a lot of capacity building programs. So some programs run by, operated by some several institutions like Rosa Academy, and through their collaboration, and some academy runs by universities, institutes, or the government, or the international organizations. So there are many programs to attend. So I think the people have many choice to attend. But regarding the Yosu Academy, it is as Soyeon Kim introduced very well. It is the government, Korean government ODA program. So every year we receive some the budget to run the academy, but the budget is very limited. So when we receive the applications from all over the world, actually we receive lots of applications. So, but we cannot accept all of them. So it is very difficult for us to select some of them. So among the participants in this Zoom seminar who are interested in participating in the Yosu Academy, I would like to recommend you to try again. So yeah, then maybe you will be accepted. So thank you very much. Dr. Anders, you have any comments?
What I would like to mention is for when the question regarding the challenges, that what we did first time when we started all fully online on the academic year 2020-2021 was trying to accommodate as much as possible the time differences, because we have people all around the world. So in the past, we used to start lectures at 9, that in America would be in the middle of the night. So we decided to start at 12. So instead of running our lecture from 9 to 4:30, we started at to 3:30. We started at 12 to 16:45. Like this, of course, it is not possible to respect night, and but at least we try to accommodate. And the other thing was isolation. We were afraid of the isolation of the students. Of course, they stayed at home, so they had their families around. That is different as they used to do in the past, but they don't have this academic environment as when the students are here in Malta. So from last year, we were promoting like the study group, more group assignments. So there is an interaction between the student, an interaction with the members of the faculty. So we are able to build a community. And we also assign to each student one moral tutor. So not only for the academic supervision, but also for any problem that may arise during the academic year. Every student has a contact person to address any kind of issue.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have one more question on the Q&A box. The question is that would any of these many institutions have a standing memorandum of understanding memorandum of understanding with any international financial institution or multilateral development banks. So, Dr. Rawanshi.
So thank you, Dr.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Dr. Park, just to tell you that my university doesn't have as such with an international financial institution, but we do have an arrangement with Gujarat International Financial Service Authority. Now, if you're interested in international financial securities market, then we have an arrangement with them.
Okay, thank you.
But that is led by the Center for Corporate and Competition Law at the university. So I may not be the right person to give you much more information about it. And if in case you need any further information about what we are doing, I can collate the information and probably the person can, the relevant participant who had asked this question can drop an email. I would be very happy to answer it if they're interested.
Okay, thank you. The Yosu Academy is solely funded by the Korean government, so we do not receive from we don't receive any financial assistance from the international organizations. Lastly, Soyeon, do you have any remarks to add?
Well, it was nice to talk about and discuss about the capacity building program on the same slide here. And I hope all these programs would be run and operated in person this year. Yes, that's all. Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay, thank you. I think it's time to
Dr. Mark, yeah, just look, I think the last question there is hugely important. And capacity building is very, very expensive. And unless you have the resources, you can't do capacity building. I know every institute and collaboration and network that's on the call, apart perhaps from the Yosu Academy, really struggles with financial support. Here at our university, this is a day-to-day challenge. We're very fortunate, and we would like to formally acknowledge the support we've got from the Nippon Foundation and the Sasakawa Peace Foundation, who support not only fellowships, 28 fellowships at the MSc level and 7 chairs in the university, as well as the Sasakawa Global Ocean Institute. That is very important for us, as is the government of Korea. The government of Korea is a long-standing supporter of the World Maritime University and supports very important projects, such as the project that's underway on IUU fishing. I need to acknowledge that because it's these partnerships are just the lifeblood of the university. And if we didn't have these financial supports, we wouldn't be able to do the educational programs, the outreach, or indeed events like this. So anybody that's listening in from a financial institution, or indeed from industry, or indeed from philanthropy, please feel free to contact me here at the World Maritime University, or indeed any of our colleagues here on the panel this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Is there any case that some program received from private companies?
Yeah, look, private companies are very important supporters of the university, but I don't think industry is carrying the full burden of what it could do in terms of capacity building. It's primarily in terms of the support the university gets from, apart from governments and the Nippon Foundation. It's from foundations such as the TK Foundation, the Orient Fund, Australian Maritime Safety Authority. Stena is a good supporter. GUARD, government of the United Kingdom provides 1 fellowship. Chamber of Shipping, International Chamber of Shipping, 1 fellowship. MPA Academy of Singapore, Norwegian Seafarers Union, World Nuclear Transport Institute, all provide a fellowship. It's a diverse but a very limited pool of supporters. And this is the president of the university spends all her time trying to raise the money. Everything we get, we spend on students. So this is very different from other universities where I've worked. This is capacity building is at the very heart of this. And so look, what I'd say to Uncle Park, as well as to Mima and our colleagues in India and Emily, we have to collectively organize and mobilize. And it's very important that everybody engages in the BBNJ negotiations, because this issue of mandatory funding has been negotiated this week. And there was discussions last week. No decision has been made in it, but for all of us, mandatory funding is absolute prerequisite to the day-to-day business of our institutes and our universities. So thank you for raising the issue, dear moderator. This is nothing more central to our mission here at the World Maritime University. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I have to finish now, but we have one more question. I hope this is the last question. I think this question goes to Professor Rawanshi, right? My country is interested on maritime transport and policy seminar. How could participants from Mozambique participate on it?
So, Dr. Park, in case if we launch Maritime Academy, as I said, then definitely I will share the details. That will be uploaded on my website, and particularly you can join it. That's how it is. So because of pandemic challenges and constraint, as I said, we haven't organized all those activities for last 2 years, but I think as things settle down, we will definitely be coming back with the International Academy, and then we will be happy to facilitate all the travel and the visa process that you would want university to help you out with.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, I want to wrap up this session. I want to express my sincere thanks to all speakers for their excellent presentation and answer to questions, and audience for their active participation. Thank you also for the introduction to Professor Ronald Long and James Kraska. And now I want to wrap up today's session. Thank you very much again. Take care. Cheslin.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, our moderator, Dr. Yonkil Park, and our speakers today for their informative presentations and fascinating exchange of ideas. And we would also like to thank the participants joining us from all across the world. And thank you so much for the interesting questions. Finally, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude once again to the Stockton Center for International Law, US Naval War College, the World Maritime University, Sasakawa Global Ocean Institute, the Korea Maritime Institute, Center for International Law, National University of Singapore, the National Center for the Sea and Maritime Law, the Hukam in Turkey, and the Japan Institute of International Affairs for their support. I hope you enjoyed our second day, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow in the final day of the 45th Conference on Oceans Law and Policy. Thank you.